Hello, everybody, you wonderful internet denizens. Welcome back to the reading room for another debate dissection. So get your scalpels ready, get that body on the autopsy table, scrub up, because we are about to take away part 3 of the Destiny versus Dinesh D'Souza. Maybe I should call him Desh the Loser. Debate, which is, I know, I'm in a weird mood today, okay? I'm in a weird mood today. But yes, we're doing part 3 because part 1 and 2 weren't enough sort of ridiculousness for us, apparently. And I'm in two minds. I'm very conflicted over this one. I kind of hate that we're doing it. At the same time, as I was saying earlier to Ember, I've kind of got a schadenfreude for Dinesh D'Souza. I love seeing him stomped out in a debate. And this one, he really is floundering. He's just floundering and yelling stuff at the audience and, really getting stomped out. And what strikes me about these is that, it was very similar to the O'Connor versus D'Souza debate, where O'Connor is asking him questions, talking to him, putting stuff to him, and D'Souza's more saying sound bites for the audience. And because we've done a ton of these, I don't know what number we're up to, Ember. I have no idea. But I should introduce you. How rude. Welcome, Ember. Introduce yourself. I'm sorry. I just got this thing on the brain. I'm sorry. I'm in a bit of a weird mood. I don't mean to.
Well, and all one of you who are new here, I'm Ember. Yeah. I do this with Mark every weekend. Well, almost every weekend. Sometimes there's a debate, or sometimes there's a wedding, or what have you. But almost every weekend. Right. And we take turns. So, next weekend we'll be at my place.
Yes.
The weekend previously, last week Mark had a debate, but the week before we were at my place. So yeah, we go back and forth, and I do other stuff over at my channel, betterthanember.com. Well, the website's betterthanember.com. Oh, I'm so not prepared for elevator
pitches. Okay. That's all right. That's okay. But the channel is at Better Than Ember. So if you're not subscribed, what are you doing? It is a fantastic channel. There's been a ton of content lately. There's been a ton of content around. I saw Dr. Kip on there the other day about the first temple kind of thing that was, and that I have to watch it. I was not up for that, and I was actually, when I got up and saw it, I was actually mad that I was asleep during that because of the time difference. It's not because, I'd been doing something boring. It was just the time difference, and I was like, oh, damn it. And I will watch it, but damn, that's really cool. I really do like it. No, it's a fantastic channel. You're doing a lot of content lately. I wish I was organized as you. I really do, because
all of you think I'm organized.
Yes, but I'm even less organized. Like, trust me, I usually do stuff the night before because ADHD is brutal. It's brutal. And that's, I try my best, but no, it's a fantastic channel. I love it. And the stuff you've been doing recently, the live learning, Learn Together Live, has been fantastic as well. Just bits and pieces of stuff, of questions that, they're kind of what do I call them, like 2 a.m. questions when you've been up and you've been to, and then your brain goes, hey, what was the first temple that was ever made, or where did this origin from, and usually you go and look it up, but you don't get that much, you're not going to get as much information from Wikipedia as Ember and whatever she's doing. So it's actually fantastic. I love it.
Yeah, I try. I try to do an arrangement of things, but I find that the shows that tend to do best are the ones that people just randomly wonder about.
Yeah, it's random questions. Yeah,
like when there's breaking news, for example, then everybody is watching, and there's always breaking news these days. So it's impossible to predict what's actually going to go well.
Yeah, absolutely. Breaking news has been breaking. Breaking news has got to break. Okay, like breaking news should be broken by now, considering how much it has been
broken. Yes.
Yeah. I think a lot of things are broken. My brain for one of them. Holy crap. But this debate will not help with that. I will say
that. No, it will not.
Yeah, and I apologize last week. Definitely my fault. We had to skip. It was a debate. Debates have priority, as do, Ember and I have a great relationship, a great working relationship, where we just sort of, if one's got something on, we understand. It's okay. Life happens. We get it, and debate was one of those things that we both did, that we said, hey, if there's a debate, we'll prioritize it. But definitely my fault if you were, have a withdrawals from debate dissection. My apologies. That's my fault. But this one's been a long one, and I'm not sure how much longer we wanna do it, because it is just Dinesh D'Souza getting stomped out, and I know that a lot of people don't like Destiny. I have concerns about
Increasingly.
him. Yeah, I think that a lot of scandal has plagued him, but there is no doubt he is very good at debate. He has a different style than the classical, sort of Christopher Hitchens kind of thing, but he definitely is effective. I find, though, some of his sort of hyperbolic questions are, kind of a bit maybe not, but hey, he's definitely effective in pushing down the fascists, which I gotta say is good. The other one I heard is that Hassan Piker was banned off TikTok for Twitch for like a
Which,
week.
yeah.
Yeah, for simply saying, he mentioned something about, Zionist stump something, and he got banned for it, which is sort of, uh, look, I understand that he isn't talking about all Jewish people when he's saying that. At the same time, that is coded language that anti
Semites.
anti-Israel, anti-Semites use. So I understand why you can't use that. Fascists ruining things for everybody since 1939. Like absolutely ruining stuff. So we can't use accurate language anymore, because the right wing has perverted that language into dog whistles. So we can't use it anymore when it is actual correct and accurate terminology. It's ridiculous. So yeah, I have heard that, but yeah, I think that people who are debating in the sort of leftist sphere, I would, but it's all about America, and I feel very on the back foot when debating America, because I'm not from the place. So I do kind of feel on the back foot. I would happily debate Australia, but America is not my country of origin, so I feel a bit
I
weird about that.
mean, by comparison, there's not that much to debate about Australia. Like, I mean, I guess should Australia take more refugees from the United States? Yes, no, pros
Oh,
and cons.
there's a ton. I mean, don't forget that we just had Australia Day, which I don't celebrate, and there are a lot of protests for Invasion Day, because Australia Day is celebrated when the ships first landed on the shore of Botany Bay, kind of thing. So, they're really celebrating when the European travelers got to Australia, which is kind of, if you can imagine that from the perspective of a native Australian, right? It's kind of when they claimed Australia under colonialism. I would rather celebrate when Australia became a nation, which unfortunately is the 1st of January, so that's New Year's. So it kind of is a bit of a we don't want to give up a public holiday. But there's also things like mining rights, the rise of sort of right-wing ideology in Australia. There's a lot to discuss. It's just you guys don't hear about it because nobody cares.
I mean, I care, but I'm interested in all sorts of weird shit. I realize most
Yeah,
people don't care what I care about.
well, what I mean is you don't hear about it because the news in America doesn't care about it, right? So there was a protest for Invasion Day in my country, Perth, and somebody threw a homemade bomb into the crowd. Now, luckily, it didn't break, so it didn't go off. But that happened, right? Into the crowd of a protest, someone threw a bomb. So that's, that's a big deal to us, but you'll never hear about it. Ever. yeah. So anyway, yeah. Enough about my stupid upside down country. That's enough about that. But yeah, I mean, we have issues over here as well. It's not like any country's perfect, right? It's just we aren't shooting people in the street. That's one of the things, you know.
There
It's
is
one of the
that.
things. Yeah, yeah. Which I don't know whether to do a video about that or not. It's just, yeah, as I said, I feel very weird about doing stuff about America because I don't live there. But anyway, I'll get up the debate and we'll continue onwards. I got the timestamp from you. Thank you, Ems. Thank you.
No problem.
Oops, that's not the one I want. That's the one I want. There we go.
What?
Dinesh. Dinesh. So, and yeah, I the only thing I can sort of take from this debate is that D'Souza's getting pummeled. And what I've noticed is that D'Souza, when he went into the O'Connor debate, he kind of tried to act like Hitchens. Because during the Hitchens debate that he originally did that we saw, he was asking Hitchens questions and stuff, and Hitchens was addressing the crowd. And Dinesh thinks he can pull that off, and he can't. He does not have the same vocabulary. He doesn't have the same sort of rationale and, sort of cold logic. It's more like these dog whistles and appeals to MAGA in the crowd. Like even if what he's saying is false. But it isn't really working because, I mean, Destiny's he's absolutely, absolutely wrecking him. But are you ready to start? Have you got anything else to add about the debate so far? I mean, I know it's been a while. I know it's been a couple of weeks.
It's true. It has been. Yeah, they've been covering a bunch of MAGA-related claims, the conspiracy theory about the Destiny's really been railing them about that 20,000 Mules or whatever the fuck his documentary was.
Yep.
And
yeah,
it's been hilarious.
Yeah, I think that he sort of brought up his actual conviction for election finance violations. And sort of, but the thing was that was a completely unforced error. That was a completely unforced error. He didn't bring that up. Destiny didn't bring that up. D'Souza did. He's like, oh, people have been, incorrectly prosecuted for their crimes like me. And it's like, why would you open the door like that? That would be like Kent Hovind bringing up his tax conviction, like his structuring conviction.
Spousal abuse.
Right.
I'm a loving Christian who beats his wife,
Yes. Yeah. Like, why would you bring that up in a debate? That's the thing, because there may be a sort of tacit agreement or an implicit, maybe not an explicit, but an implicit, like a unspoken agreement that you shouldn't go for people personally, kind of thing, personal attacks. But if you open the door for that, there's, what is your problem now? And what we find is that the right wing sphere, and especially these author bros and stuff, they will do stuff like this. They will make personal attacks. Then when you personally attack them, they're like, oh, how dare you attack me or my family or all of my things? And it's like, you're attacking me. Like, you are doing the same thing, just you think it's fine. And that is the hypocrisy of these people.
Oh yeah, I'm sure double standards for days.
Oh yeah, I'm sure if Destiny had any convictions, D'Souza would be bringing them up. But I mean, D'Souza brought this up. It's entirely his own fault, and the fact that he's sort of had been pardoned by Trump, you can see the cronyism in this, and I see it a lot. The cronyism of Trump supporters. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. Anyway, I'll start it off and we can see if D'Souza can recover.
Originator of the case, do you agree that Hunter Biden and his partners received $83,000 a month from Burisma?
No, if that was the reported payments, and that was the reported
You
payments.
don't agree that they got the money?
No, I don't disagree with you. I agree.
Oh, you agree? You agree they got the money?
Okay, so again, he's been doing this all debate. If you don't remember, it's whataboutism. It's like, well, I mean, the debate title is so vague, the battle for the capital. So I think it's Democrat versus Republican, basically. So I don't really have a problem him going here. But what he had brought up is, okay, you had these finance campaign violations, and Trump is corrupt as hell. Like the corruption we've seen out of him. I mean, the Melania movie just came out, absolutely has been panned, and probably rightfully so. And Bezos paid Melania $40 million for that movie. Like, just into her pocket, $40 million for the rights to that movie, which is ridiculous. Like, that is ridiculous. And it is, like, everybody can see it is Bezos giving money to the Trump family in order to, get some kind of
Chin implant.
treatment.
I mean, favors.
Well, some kind of treatment from them, even if that is hey, I will look upon you favorably. There's a reason why Congress has to approve these kind of things, which they're not doing, right? He just took the jet from Qatar. Congress has to approve a gift from another nation, and he just hasn't bothered doing it. It is corruption out in the open. The movie director is also known as Epstein. Yes, the movie director was also very close friends with Epstein. So it's wild that these people are so flagrant about it. It is like if Michelle Obama got $40 million to do a documentary while Barack Obama is still sitting as president, the red states would have rioted. It would have been.
We'd never hear the end of the corruption and whatnot. But there's more, because Melania was an executive producer on the film, which is why she got paid when Amazon bought the rights. Because normally the subject of a documentary doesn't get paid that way. But since she was executive producer, she owned part of the rights. And it's not a documentary if you're the producer of it. Right? So that's a thing.
I did not know that.
This is an old American trick. Is back in the old mob days, we used to use the cinema to launder huge amounts of money, because you could put $10 million into a production and no one would blink. They'd be like, 10 million for what? Well, there's so much stuff. It's real easy to cook the books, and no one actually checks the books anyway. So yeah, that's what the mob did. They're just the Trump organization is just doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he doesn't care who sees it or who doesn't. It's just, as long as his family is getting a truck ton of money for it, it's fine. I cannot think of a situation where that is acceptable. I really cannot. I think that if you're an ex-president and you get paid for your story or a document, that's totally fine. Lots of ex-presidents have made money from an autobiography or, a biography of them. Hey, that's fine. I totally get it. But, while you're still sitting and have, like, that is a huge conflict of interest, especially when the person paying that money has a lot of business with the government, because Jeff Bezos does. He has a rocket company. He's got multiple businesses that have a lot of business with the American government. That's just an out and out bribe. And I think that all of this has got to be held to account after when you have a Department of Justice that will actually do their job.
Well, on the flip side, the free market is actually doing some equalizing. Amazon, at the same time he was bribing the Trumps, had to lay off 16,000 employees. The Washington Post, Bezos's private newspaper, had to lay off, I believe, half of their news staff, both ostensibly because AI isn't working out the way they thought. So when your AI isn't working the way you'd hoped, you want to get rid of as many humans as possible. Naturally. It's the logical conclusion. Yeah.
AI never raises moral objections, or rarely raises moral objections to what you're doing. So yeah.
Do you believe that Hunter Biden is a expert on minerals and in the Ukraine?
He might be, he might not be. I think he was a business person. He'd been on boards of other business ventures before.
Not to mention a noted artist. You know, he has done a lot of amazing things. We
He's
know.
more qualified than Witkoff is to talk about Ukraine, and he's currently our ambassador to Putin, and he doesn't even bring his own translator. So Hunter Biden was qualified to sit on the Burisma board, yes.
Yeah.
And if I were to ask you, is there any evidence that he was sat there improperly, you would be able to give me nothing. So let's both agree
I
that
would
he
be
was
able to give
qualified.
you something.
Oh,
I would
okay.
Yeah, so I mean, this is contentious. I get you. Was Hunter Biden qualified to be on that board? I don't know. He, as I said, he was involved in other business ventures. What generally makes you qualified to be in business ventures isn't really your track record in business ventures. It's simply whether you've been involved with them before. And it's kind of annoying, but that's who they hire is who they hire. Whether that was in, a bribe to Biden, I think that I think that a case could be made, but I don't know. I would have to see the logistic. I mean, as far as I know, he wasn't getting a huge salary, not like $40 million. But maybe it was. I'm not going to defend Biden, but the question is, did Trump do anything wrong? Like, this is what the debate is. Did Trump do anything wrong? You can't just point to somebody else doing something wrong and go, hey, they did it as well. This is whataboutism. This is an old Russian propaganda tactic. It's been known for ages that, hey, if my guy does something, oh, but your guy's doing it as well. That doesn't excuse it. Like, when people talk about the pardons Trump has given out and you say, hey, he's pardoned so many criminals that shouldn't have been pardoned, all the January 6th people, they will say, oh, but Biden pardoned his family. And it's like, yeah, and I don't think he should have done that as well. But that does not address the pardons that Trump gave out. It doesn't address anything.
Yeah, it's kindergarten morality. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Yes.
Two wrongs make a Republican, apparently.
Mm-hmm. And like maybe he was qualified to be on the board. Maybe he wasn't qualified. I don't know. I've not investigated that. But at the same time, he isn't the one currently in government. He isn't in government.
Right.
And yeah.
The thing of it is that it's normal for the family members of presidents to try to use their influence. It's not ethical, but it is normal for the family members of presidents to try to use their influence to try to negotiate a better situation for themselves. Like, whether the president actually listens to his least favorite son or not when it comes to give my business special privileges to do deals with Ukraine or whatever the case may be. But the fact of the matter is, it only became an issue when Putin decided he wanted Ukraine and told Trump to blow it up.
Yep.
Like, none of us cared. None of us were backing Biden. We were like, investigate, have the FBI look into it. If there's impropriety, throw him in jail. We don't care.
Yeah. And as much as we don't like it, there is a sort of nepotism in the corporate world. There is. If you are the son of a CEO, you might find you have way more opportunity than the son of a street sweeper. And, I agree that that's not fair. I get you. It's not fair. And it irks me. But, that is what happens. That is what they do. So it annoys me, yes, and it shouldn't go on, but it's a different story than, Trump just directly taking money for his crypto coin. That is a different story altogether. And the fact that you've got to point to Hunter Biden kind of thing is just, ridiculous, because that in no way absolves Trump from any wrongdoing. All it does is say, hey, there's 2 ex-presidents we should prosecute, not 1, right? Look, like Clinton, for instance. Oh, Clinton's in the Epstein files. He probably is, and I think he should be held accountable as well. And that's the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, in my view. From an outsider perspective, come from Australia, what I see is and I mean, I'm talking generally, right? Like, I know that there are, hard Democrats who will not prosecute their own. But what I see is a lot of Democrats saying, hey, if it was on our side, we will prosecute, as well as if it's on the opposite side. But what I see from Republicans is an unwillingness to go after their own. Like this idea of solidarity no matter what happens. And I think
the law and order thing. It's the law and order. It's their commitment to justice.
Law and order.
Yeah.
Well, I think that they've sort of found out that, hey, if they're complete solidarity, they will do better. But there's a moral question of, hey, if you're having complete solidarity with somebody that does absolutely reprehensible things, like you just can't do that, because then you break the trust with the people for the entire party, not just certain parts of it. And so I think that, the Democrats, I think there are people in it who will protect people doing the wrong thing, but I see less of them than the GOP, where they're, they will not stand up to someone doing the wrong thing. And it's going to cost them in the long run. Short term, it might work, but I really think it's going to cost them in the long run. I really do.
Would be able to give something.
Okay.
I will.
Hopefully, yeah. Well, it's what happened over here, right? You had a case of a staffer in Canberra saying she was had a grape by a liberal guy. And if you don't know, liberals are our conservative party. They're more like the Democrats, but the kind of conservatives the conservatives all sort of formed ranks and sort of said, oh no, this is made it up. All this tried to, really have a solidarity of nobody's done anything wrong. It bit them in the ass. Like, they absolutely tanked afterwards, because you're basically, in order to preserve the party, you are throwing the people under the bus. And maybe short term, yeah, you can be strong and you can look like a unified front. But whenever you're doing that, eventually people are going to go, well, why are you putting your party above the people? You're supposed to be serving the people, not your party. You serve the average American, not, Lindsey Graham down the hall. And I think that protests are good because they remind the politicians of that they're not serving their friend down the hall. They're serving the people. I hope you're correct. Yeah, I hope I'm correct as well. Look, like I said, that's what happened here. With another decisions that sort of, I think that there's a lot that goes into it. A Conservative Party also failed because they kind of reiterated some Trump talking points and absolutely got absolutely hammered because of that. I think there's a lot of reasons, but that is one of them. They were paying too much attention to the party. So I hope I'm right as well. But that's what happened here. I'm not saying it'll happen in America. It's a completely different culture. I'm aware of that. It's a completely different perspective on things. I'm aware of that. I'm just saying that is what happened here. That's all I'm saying. But I hope so as well, Naomi. I really do.
Give you the evidence, which is now released, of detailed Hunter Biden energy reports, which appear to have been actually lifted from the Biden confidential files. In other words, you said before, Biden didn't even know he had these files. There was no reason for him to have them. Yes, there is a reason. The reason is to cash in on the information, because one of the things that
Okay, did the people going back to get the files from Biden? So this is tied in. If you're not understanding what's happening, they were talking about Trump keeping top secret files even when he was asked for them back, kind of thing. So he's saying, yes, there's a reason he had these files, because he had confidential stuff on Ukraine and was feeding them to Hunter Biden, who obviously is not cleared for that information. But do we know he had this confidential information, or is this stuff that D'Souza is pulling out of his ass? Because if they're confidential, D'Souza wouldn't have access to them either. So how does he know that the report that Hunter Biden did matches the documents? they're confidential, they're secret. So how does he know that? Or is he just making this up?
ChatGPT told them.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Foreign countries want to buy from you is information not available in the public square. And so if you have confidential documents, by and large, all these guys who go into government, very often when they leave, they become consultants.
Wait, Joe
And
Biden took classified information about his son to sell his own son to foreign operatives?
Joe Biden took confidential.
Well, why didn't Joe Biden just classify that and release it to the Ukrainian government or whatever? Why bother with his son at all? He's the president. He can do that, right? All he's got to do is lower the classification and then give it to whoever, or get that person classified, or some kind of person classified, and then allow them access to the... Like, why does he need to do this at all? I don't understand.
Well, Dinesh is one of the lowest tier conspiracy theorists, right? Like we talked about him in previous episodes with the mules thing. I mean, hell, Destiny grilled him about the mules quite extensively in the last segment. He will go out of his way to spin the most elaborate, nonsensical web, because he seems to think that the more elaborate it is, the more people are inclined to believe him. Oh, he knows all this esoteric stuff. It must be true. When most people are looking at him going, what did you smoke, my guy? You know?
Well, I would say that, but there seems to be an underlying fascination from people who are prone to conspiracy thinking. They seem to love the real intricate, far-fetched conspiracy. Like, the more far-fetched it is, the more they'll believe it. It's kind of like, you know, spinning a really complex yarn to them makes it more believable. I mean, if you've got sort of, you know, some critical thinking skills, you're like, well, the more outlandish something is, the less chance it is about, like, we wouldn't believe that sort of Occam's razor, right? The simplest explanation, don't multiply entities. But there is a tendency for people, these kind of mindsets, to be attracted towards the complex. You know what I mean? Like they don't believe the mundane, like, oh, companies are buying votes or buying influence in the government, and yet they'll believe that, you know, aliens came down and you know, put up pyramids in Egypt and South America, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, they won't believe the mundane, but they'll believe the fantastical, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, sometimes it's, I don't know. We could psychoanalyze conspiracists for a while. It's just crazy that Dinesh seems to go out of his way to weave these complicated stories, is the main point.
Maybe that's the goal, because his base are the type to believe, you know, this complicated conspiracy at all levels of government, including, you know, I mean, think about it. The Hillary thing. I mean, you could just say Hillary Clinton takes money from big business, gets massive amounts of money as a senator. She is highly involved in the stock market and is very, very corrupt. Or you can say there's a massive conspiracy that involves a pizza shop, and there's a basement where there's no, but you know, like, which is more believable? You know, obviously the pizza shop is highly fantastical, but that's the one they went for. So I don't know about that. You know, like, I don't know that it is the simple explanation that these people gravitate towards. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. I don't know. But you're right. Psychoanalyzing conspiracy theorists is an exercise in madness, and you know,
confidential documents, because he realized that they could become the basis for a, quote, insider information that benefited not just Hunter Biden, but James Biden, Frank Biden, and Joe Biden himself. Don't forget about 10% for the big guy.
Which means not. Okay, so I'm just curious then. So if I were to say Donald Trump does stuff like that, for instance, how he has two of the largest crypto schemes in the world set up right now, where anonymous people can donate to Donald Trump and even be seated to speak with him in the White House, like, or at Mar-a-Lago, like the event that he did, I guess like a year ago or whatever. Can you show me anything comparable to access to Joe Biden like that, or any evidence whatsoever that he planned to use any of this improperly, or communicated with people improperly, or did anything bad with any of these documents?
Well, we're talking about two different things. You're talking about presidential
I'm asking
fundraising.
for evidence. I agree. I'm talking about facts,
I
and
would
you're giving
tell
me
you.
tales.
Well, I mean, the fact that he's not addressing the question, right? He's just going on about Hunter Biden. And look, Hunter Biden could have been the worst person in the world. Biden could have been, using his family as a funnel for money. It really does not get at why Trump gets to do this, crypto empire that is raking it in. And, things like and this is the thing about this debate, Ember. I will say this. As we watch this now, this debate looks worse and worse for the Trump side. Because don't forget, since then, he's now suing his own Department of Justice for $10 billion. I think it's billion. $10 billion. And the Department of Justice, run by Pam Bondi, will decide whether they want to just pay that out or fight it in court, kind of thing. And it is ridiculous. In fact, we know that Trump gives Pam Bondi direction because he accidentally broadcast what he thought was a private tweet about who to prosecute. That happened, right? Like he thought he was sending a private message to the Department of to Pam Bondi, head of the Department of Justice, and instead he broadcast it to everybody across his Truth Social platform, which again he's getting money for, right? He'll have advertisers, he's raking it in, and the only thing on Truth Social of any note is Trump, right? That's why it exists. He is using the presidency to make money, and this is completely antithetical to all presidents beforehand, because he's supposed to divest himself of his businesses. Instead, he's creating more while president. And he's suing the Department of Justice for releasing some of his tax records, which presidents do anyway, and he promised to do and never delivered on. Never delivered on. Right? He promised he would do it. He just had to wrap up a court case and he would release all of them. Promised. And it's still not done. And now he's suing his own Department of Justice for $10 billion that the taxpayers will have to pay, that will go directly into his own pocket. It is unheard of. It is incredible. It's just incredible.
It's literally graft. Like, I don't know about your educational systems. They're definitely better than ours in most items of history. But like, one thing that we definitely learn about Mao's China is how endemic the graft was. Like that whole period of mass starvation they had, was a large part of it was because so much of the funds that the central government was releasing to try to increase the agricultural output was just going directly into the pockets of party members, and none of it was making it to the fucking farmers.
And I mean, that was essentially the reason why so many people died in Mao's regime. A lot of people point to it and say, oh, they were atheists and stuff. Yeah, but Mao didn't go out, for the most part. Like, don't get me wrong, communist revolution, it was all bad, like a lot of people were killed, but most of his death toll was incompetence and corruption on part of his regime. So they were basically getting food in, but they were selling it overseas for money in order to keep, and sort of, don't get me wrong, definitely officials were pocketing some of it, but some of it was the Mao regime going, no, we need to have more money to keep this great step forward going, like this great leap forward going. Their 5-year plan or whatever to get the country modernized and industrialized. And so there were multiple different problems that were happening, like people were lying about how much crops they were making. There was corruption, there was all these things happening, but so many people died. But it wasn't it wasn't like a Hitler, for instance, like Hitler goes out to exterminate Jews. That was intentional and done on purpose. Mao's was ineptitude, incompetence, greed, and corruption. That's what it was. And so I think it's a little bit different. I think that but like this regime is the Trump regime, and I'll call it a regime because I don't see it as normal in America. I don't see it as an administration. He doesn't act like an administrator on behalf of the people. He acts like a guy who owns the country kind of thing.
I think he calls himself a dictator at freaking international economic conferences. He gets on stage and he's like, people say I'm a dictator. Maybe I am, but sometimes you need one.
Oh, that Davros thing was horrific. That Davros thing was absolutely horrific. I've never seen a leader of a first world democratic nation stand up and say, we could take Greenland if we wanted. No one can stop us. You can't stop us. It's just one. Anyway, we're getting off track. Tangents in the chat, of course.
For real.
But this I guess
literally is incompetent Hitler and his apologists. Like Hitler never got in front of an international assembly. He'd stand up and say to like the League of Nations, listen, we're just trying to reunite the German-speaking peoples and yada yada, and they'd be like, oh, that kind of makes sense. No, he never got in front of him and was like, we're taking Poland and you can't stop us. Like what the fuck?
I think that yeah, so comparisons to Hitler, there's definitely some major differences. I think Hitler had true belief in his goals, basically. I think he, when he said that he wanted to, the blood had to be pure and all of this fucking nonsense, like what is it? The purifying, what's it called? Oh God, I've had a mental blank. Where you use genetics to justify purifying a race, kind of thing. Eugenics, right? All of the eugenics stuff. I think he was serious. I think he was a true believer in that. And Trump's not. I think that Trump's only out for himself. That he just wants to enrich himself.
He doesn't understand it.
And that was the other point I was going to make. Hitler really was economically very, very competent. Like, he was an economic genius. That's how Germany industrialized and got, could take on almost the entire world by them. They had that economic genius to be able to industrialize, make a war economy and carry it out. Trump's completely incompetent. He can't do that. All he can do is lie to people about how the economy is going. That's
more of a Chairman Mao kind of maneuver.
Right, exactly.
Reporting that soy production is up 800% when actually there's 3 beans in the field,
Right, exactly. Yes. That is, he's more like Mao than he is like Hitler. But having said that, still incredibly dangerous and, very, very authoritarian. Absolutely. And they're sort of like, oh, don't call them Nazis and things like that. And I have two minds. I know this might be contentious for people, but I will call them fascists. I think they are fascistic. I think, everything runs through the state. The state is led by a populist leader. Their use of religion and stuff, it's not really about the religion. It's about propping up of a individual-led state and everything bowing to the state. I think that is the case. I don't think so Nazi is very specific. So I think that, the Nazis were good at what they did. That was the problem. They were very good at what they did. Trump and his fascist state is not. They're completely incompetent. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have a problem with it though. I get the analogy, and the analogy kind of works. It's just, instead of Jews, they're targeting immigrants.
Yeah. I would tell you the way that fundraising works in the United States is very simple. If you tomorrow had a business and you needed something and you wrote a $10,000 check to your local congressman, that guy will return your phone calls the next day, if not the day after.
Didn't you just argue against this and saying that you illegally donated money to your friend who was running for Congress up in New York? Are you admitting that that's what you were doing, a quid pro quo?
My friend who ran was basically look,
Watch him fumble.
And this is the whataboutism. Like, oh, he's taking all this money. Oh, but if you write a check to this politician for their campaign, you get what you... Yeah, that's not right either. Like, this is one of the major problems with the capitalistic society. And look, I'm not an anti-capitalist. I think that it can work with restrictions and boundaries, checks and balances to balance the interests of capital with the interests of society, right? Like, I think it can work. I think it can be a balance, and sort of some of the Scandinavian countries are really showing that that balance can absolutely work. But because, you know, they've balanced very good outcomes for their people, but they still have a thriving economy. You know, I think it can be absolutely possible. But, you know, this sort of, oh, well, people donate to politicians, so it's fine to do whatever. Like, but it's against the law, right? Like, and you may think, oh, well, you know, people managed to find this loophole, so I'm justified in breaking the law. I get that. But that is the breakdown of society. That's the breakdown of the social contract. What you should be advocating for is closing of the loopholes, not let's abandon the law because someone found a loophole. Like, what is that? That is ridiculous.
Stupid anarchism.
Like,
I would like to see the power of the state greatly reduced as much as the next girl, but you kind of need it for some things. And just saying, oh, it doesn't work, we should abolish the whole thing. How does that solve any problems?
Actually, that's a good point, Reed. Like, you know, Hitler was miserable at strategy and statecraft. That's correct. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Invading Russia in the middle of winter is probably, you know, strategically a terrible idea. And he argued with his generals when the generals were absolutely right. Like, I totally get you. But economically, he was very competent, whereas Trump doesn't seem to be competent at anything except populism. You know, just lying to people. That's all he seems to be competent in doing. I mean, even I'd argue that, but he does seem to have convinced a lot of people. So, but this whole idea, like, it's like saying, well, somebody managed to kill in self-defense, so I had a right to murder my neighbor. That's basically D'Souza's argument, that if somebody finds a way around the law, then the law doesn't apply anymore. And that's not how we run things. What we should be doing is holding the people who find loopholes accountable, closing the loopholes, not just saying, well, we can't entirely stop it, so everything's up in the air, everything's up for grabs. And it is
gun control for so many years. Oh, well, if we control the guns, then only the criminals will have the guns. No.
No.
It's not how anything works, dude.
No. That's like saying, oh, if you make it so you need a license to get a car, then only criminals will have cars. No. No. You have to license and register your car. And plenty of people still have cars because they want cars.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I could even make a stronger argument, because one of the accusations the prosecutors were making is that your friend introduced you to the person who was the primary funder for one of your documentaries, right?
You have this facile ability to jump leapfrog style to things that have nothing to do with each other.
Like D'Souza, D'Souza just brought up campaign finance as basically legal bribery, and then he says, well, didn't you give one of these legal bribes, which was actually illegal because he didn't declare it, or like he conspired, he made it, you know, look like it wasn't a campaign contribution, so he basically lied about it, which is against the law. You have to declare when you make a campaign contribution. So didn't you do this yourself? Oh, you're talking about something no! This is what I mean about D'Souza and his cell phones. He'll bring up topics that are absolutely destructive to himself and then complain that they're changing the subject.
Mm-hmm. Like, how dare you connect the thing that I just said to the other thing that I just said that are the same thing?
Yes.
Damn you.
But, like, anybody believe this? Like, seriously, if you're talking about campaign finance and the moral, like whether it's moral or not, and he brings up that you made a campaign finance donation, doesn't that mean you're participating in this system? I mean, Trump just owned it. He went, yeah, I've given money to politicians and expect them to do what I want. That's how it works. You know, he just absolutely owned it. And I think that that's what sort of drew a lot of people towards him. He was being honest about campaign finance being basically bribery.
That is dishonesty. Amazing.
Yeah. But then they expected him to be honest about everything when he said, yeah, I'm a dishonest prick. I admit it. Now vote for me. Oh, he's an honest guy. Let's vote for him.
So it's all Johnny Depp's fault, or more precisely, Jack Sparrow's fault, because he indoctrinated all of us when he said you can always trust a dishonest man to be dishonest.
Why you'd want a dishonest man as your president is completely beyond me. Yeah, I think somebody got the wrong end of that. I don't know. I won't blame Pirates of the Caribbean for anything besides bringing pirate movies back, I guess. That's about all. So, yeah.
Can explain the connections if you want. You just claimed if you want to make financing work in the United States, here is how financing works. But earlier, you gave me the exact contrary position of saying just because I'm illegally sending money to a friend running for Congress doesn't mean I'm looking for a quid pro quo. So those are two contradictory positions, and I'm trying to understand the contradiction between.
My friend was running a quixotic campaign in New York. She was running because a Dartmouth woman, Kristen Gillibrand, was the sitting senator. And so my friend Wendy Long said, I think I can raise some issues in the campaign. I said, don't run, Wendy. You're going to lose by 40 or 50 points. And she goes, okay, but if I run, will you help me? And I go, well, if you run, I'll try to help you. So this was the basis on which I supported a candidate who had no chance to win, lost by 40 points. I had nothing to get out.
What does win or lose matter? Right? Like, what does that matter? I don't understand. He gave her money just to
knowing
make her feel better.
Like, I don't understand at all.
Yeah,
I do know that there's a fun little loophole, if you will, when you run for Senate and some other political offices. As soon as it becomes clear you're going to lose, you can drop out of the race with no mustard on your face because it's clear you're going to lose.
Yeah,
and as soon as you do, all of that campaign money, all of it becomes yours. You get to just keep it.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. Holy crap. That is just, wow. That's ridiculous.
I mean, you do have to pay off your campaign bills and whatnot, but if there's leftover funds, you can get quite rich off of losing an election. Many people have.
Wow. Okay. I did not know that. Interesting.
Out of it. And so what I'm getting at is we were talking a moment ago about how presidents raise money and are solicitous of people who give them money. And I'm granting that on both parties, this is very common. But that's not the same as...
Well, it's kind of weird because I know from watching, there's a new independent news network called Midas Touch that I watch. They're very good. I think they're sort of very sort of anti-Trump bias, which I don't mind. But
they are. They're not exactly new, though.
Right. But, you know, they've sort of said, well, he's getting these donations. He's like sending letters to people because one of the people was signed up for his letter, just so you don't have to be. But he's sort of asking for donations, and he's not even running for government. Like, he doesn't have a campaign going. He's just taking people's money, which is wild.
He's been doing that for ages. We're facing new challenges with the Department of Justice. Won't you send me $5? And the best part is I don't know if he's still doing it, but last year he's shortly after his inauguration, he was fundraising again. And people who sent him $5 were like automatically opted into recurring donations. Yeah. And there was no way to turn it off.
Wow.
He's just scamming the shit out of his own supporters. And they keep voting for him, so whatever.
Yep.
Hunter Biden, you jumped from Hunter Biden to that. Hunter Biden was basically cashing in big time.
No, he didn't jump from Hunter Biden to that. You were the one that brought up somebody paying campaign donations. Like, this is the thing about Dinesh. He really thinks that the audience did not hear the last 10 seconds of what happened. and then makes these claims. Oh, you jumped from... No, he didn't. It went from Hunter Biden to campaign contributions to that. Like, no. What an absolute scumbag. Wow.
Dinesh is made of gaslighting. I mean, he's visibly gassy in this very still image. It's
Yes.
what he's got, you know?
Yeah.
From a foreign government purporting to supply them with insider information, which is what they were paying for, and we know from his own business partner that money was ending up in the pocket of Joe Biden.
What insider information?
What?
What insider information does the United States have for the...
all you have to do is read the Hunter Biden reports in which he claims, I'm giving you all this information.
Information on how to run a business, because that's what his past was.
He's giving you information about the U.S. policy and posture vis-a-vis energy, and he's giving you information about various people.
Yeah, so he may have insights into American energy policy that other people might not have because he is well connected to the government. And that annoys me, right? That sort of reeks of nepotism, but that is what a lot of countries bring these people on to do. Like, for instance, there was a Premier of New South Wales, and I dislike her. Her name was Gladys Berejiklian. And she was basically quit under scandal that she had an affair with some guy. I don't think she was married, so it wasn't really an affair, but she had a relationship with some guy who was also working for a company, and they seemed to get preferential treatment. But she quit, right, like under this scandal. And she immediately went and worked for a telecommunications company, I believe. And the reason why she got that job wasn't because she was awesome with interwebs, okay? She wasn't an expert on that. But what she did have is contacts in government, right? And it annoys me that that happens. But companies will hire these people and give them sort of a golden parachute out of their political career to use them as lobbyists, to use them as government policy experts. Anybody who's got a good understanding of how Washington works, basically, how, can talk to people in Washington, may be hired for those contacts. Is that fair? Not really, I guess, but it's the American way of things. If that's what works for the company, they can buy access to Washington. And a lot of companies do it. Because if Hunter Biden can go around and say, hey, I know Chuck Schumer, I can talk to him on behalf of the company, they're going to go, cool. That doesn't mean he's got any sensitive information. It means he's got contacts in places where other people do not. If I wanted to speak with Chuck Schumer, I probably couldn't get, his ear. Neither could Ember. Probably wouldn't happen. But if Hunter Biden did, he probably could. And that sucks, right? That is a poor reason to, have somebody propped up in your economy. But that's the reality of the situation. Is it illegal? No. Is it immoral? I think so. But here we are. The question is whether it's illegal or not. That's the question. Like, we don't prosecute people for being immoral. Yet. Right. Well, we can't. The legal system, like, you can make things that probably shouldn't be illegal and only immoral illegal and then prosecute them. But immoral things like, if I'm walking by, I don't know, Titan on the street, and I do a drive-by and laugh, right? I do crop dusting on Titan and laugh as I wander off. You can't arrest me for that. Like, it's not against the law. It's highly immoral, but it's not against the law. Like, the law only deals it. So sort of him trying to say, hey, it's immoral for this thing to happen. Okay, yeah, probably. But if it's not against the law, you don't have a leg to stand on.
In the administration,
nothing insider.
How do you know that?
Because it was never. I don't even know if Palmer or Jordan alleged this. It doesn't show up in any reports ever. It was just always these vague stories of insider.
They're not vague stories.
Why wasn't he charged with any crimes at all? Why didn't the House didn't even recommend charges, despite the 50 million different subcommittees, special investigations, or whatever they tried to do on him? The facts are frustrating here. I know. I understand. It's a difficult position to be in. But the difference is like, so if I look at the Trump crypto.
No, so Dinesh has heard vague stories about insider trading, and look, there is a lot to chase after about insider trading, right? From both sides in Washington, Democrat and Republican, right? Like, I don't think that senators and House members should be allowed to have shares. You know, that is too much of a conflict of interest. Or if they do, they should put their portfolios in trust until they get out of power. So they can't be influenced in that way. So they don't know where their resources are. I think it's ridiculous that they get to do that. But, you know, why wouldn't they charge him with insider trading? Because there was no solid evidence for it. But Dinesh is saying, hey, this is a foregone conclusion, because that's what a conspiracy theory does. It goes, hey, there's some people talking about this thing. It must be true. That is not how the law works. We need evidence for stuff. And I mean, look at you know, for instance, Dick Cheney, right? Ex-CEO of Halliburton, had massive interest in Halliburton, and Halliburton happens to get the most massive contracts in Iraq, and he was pushing aggressively for Iraq, right? Like, that is a horrific conflict of interest, you know. Oh boy. But no, he's more concerned with Hunter Biden having access to Joe Biden's sensitive information. Wow.
Stuff. There's nothing even remotely comparable in all of U.S. history to a president being able to solicit anonymous donations from anybody on the planet, right?
The House recognized that to propose criminal prosecution to Joe Biden's own DOJ.
He just wants to bring it back to Biden. It's whataboutism. Like, do you notice that he's not actually addressing, hey, how is it comparable to Hunter Biden getting a job with a company to Trump taking anonymous donation? The thing about anonymous donations is that you don't know who's given them. So we don't know what policies are being bought and paid for and what aren't. Like, there's a reason why, you know, if Dinesh did the right thing, he would have to declare his contribution. Because we want to know, at the bare minimum, if we can't stop companies giving them money, the people want to know, who are the people giving our representatives money? That's the bare minimum. Okay? And it is ridiculous that you know, these people are basically saying, well, anonymous donations are fine. It's ridiculous.
Was a fool's errand. That's why they didn't do it.
But they did. They literally had him plead guilty to convictions. That has to go through the federal Department of Justice.
Let me finish.
Because what you just said isn't true.
If he didn't do anything wrong,
wait,
how did Joe Biden pardon him? And not only pardon him, Joe Biden was very careful to pardon Hunter Biden for crimes going back to 2014. In other words, he gave him a retroactive pardon, not just for things to do with Burisma, but for any other crimes this guy did, going back to when Joe Biden himself was the vice president.
Why were they able to convict him of some things if they weren't able to recommend any charges? Wasn't Hunter Biden convicted of the gun charge and the IRS charge?
Yes, he was convicted of those things, and
so
I think
like they could recommend charges.
I think I've just given you what I think would be a good case to make. Now, why the powers that be decided, let's not charge Hunter Biden.
Just so we can agree, what you just said had no basis in reality. They could recommend charges. They did. He pled guilty to those two things. So they always had the ability to recommend charges. Isn't it more likely that they, especially considering the origination of the investigation was a confidential informant who admitted lying about everything, right? And that 10% from the big guy, interestingly enough, we're just citing the Russian leaks from the DCCC.
Absolutely not. We're citing Hunter Biden's own business partner.
No.
Yes.
No.
It was Tony Bobulinski who revealed the 10% for the big guy.
No, there is no connection to Joe Biden there ever. It's never been made. It's never been made. They had the ability to investigate for years. They found nothing. For the
yeah, and that's the whole point. They took these tip-offs and these suggestions and then investigated. And for that one, they came up with nothing. But D'Souza's trying to say, if it is true that Joe Biden helped Hunter Biden get a job, then everything else is true. And that is not how it works. Just because one allegation is true doesn't mean you've proven them all. Each allegation needs its own proof. And he is so veering away from the question of how is it similar to Trump taking, anonymous donations and running a crypto business while he is the president, that anyone can just give him money. any amount,
Yeah,
and we don't
there's
know
a
who it was.
vast world of it's biblical thinking, right? To be like, oh well,
Right.
a person named Jesus really existed, probably. Therefore, walking on water and coming back from the dead totally happened. Like, no, those are separate claims. You have to demonstrate them separately. Holy shit! But also, huge difference between maybe Hunter Biden did a thing, possibly could be, and Trump is openly doing a thing right now.
Yep.
Dinesh is exhausting.
Yeah, but you know what? I understand why he's doing it. I understand. I mean, Dinesh is sort of, in my opinion, is really slimy and really dishonest and equivocates really badly. You know, does false analogies, whataboutism. He's really slimy, in my opinion. But what I don't know is why anyone would watch this and believe him. Like, I don't know how your brain can get to, oh, this sounds reasonable.
Speaking of not believing Dinesh, because it happens that Kristen Gillibrand and Chuck Schumer are my senators, I wanted to look up who this Wendy Long person was, because she got beat so badly I didn't even fucking hear of her during those earlier races.
Fair enough.
And it's so Dinesh, as you might expect, is full of shit about that too. She got her ass deleted in the 2012 race against Senator Gillibrand. So she tried to take on Chuck Schumer in 2016, but she kind of got disqualified because she accepted an illegal contribution from one Dinesh D'Souza. So it wasn't that he tried to help her beat Gillibrand, that she could never possibly defeat Gillibrand. She lost to Gillibrand by a fucking landslide. And then she decided to take on Schumer instead. And Dinesh funded that illegally. Which cost her the race. Super job. But the point is, Dinesh lied about supporting her against Gillibrand. It was after she already lost that.
Right.
Big guy, it comes from Hunter Biden. There was a meeting with Joe Biden.
But did you hear his dog whistle? The big guy, right? Like, it's this coloring of the language. Like, big guy is trying to equate Biden with, you know, the orchestrator of all of this, or some kind of mafioso boss, the big guy. And you can really see in his language, you know, he's trying to frame Biden in a certain sense. And don't get me wrong, like, definitely you could do the same with Trump. But, you know, I notice that Destiny is not. He's just calling him Trump, you know, like, but he's just running from the question. And I think Destiny should be calling him out more. Why don't you want to answer that question? Why are you equivocating and dodging? Like, why?
Pivot. He's got to get his dance moves in, because he sure isn't doing it physically. He's got to pivot to the left and pivot to the right.
Bulinsky, Hunter Biden, at the Milano restaurant in Washington, D.C., not very far from here, in Georgetown, in which Joe Biden, who was very careful himself not to get into the business dealings, but he would always show up as if to say, listen, this is on the, I'm involved, I'm supporting my son here, you make the deal with him, the money will then, part of it, come to me. All of this is laid out. Now, I agree, Merrick Garland...
Yeah, no, all of this isn't laid out. This is Dinesh making things up from them saying, hey, they went to this restaurant and had dinner with Biden and stuff. And look, I think that, you know, these you know, politicians and corporate interests are too cozy with one another, absolutely too cozy. I will absolutely say that. But none of this addresses whether it's right that Trump is currently taking Bitcoin money and selling access to him for fees. None of it addresses it. So it's wild that he just wants to go off on this tangent. It is wild.
I'm curious, we think that's what happened. What did Joe Biden do for his son? What was the quid pro quo here for alleging that? What even happened?
This is the style of the Corleone family. What does Joe Biden do for his son? Joe Biden's son is Michael Corleone. He's part of a corrupt family operation. The other brothers are involved.
What is the operation?
Oh, he better watch it. Like, I would watch it if I was you. Like, you could be sued for this kind of talk, stating stuff as fact, basically. It is a problem. You know, like, so whenever you're, and sort of as a journalist and a documentarian, so you should realize this. If you don't know for sure, You have to go allegedly, or it suggests to me, frame it as opinion. You can't just state things as fact that you don't know as fact, right? Like sort of saying, hey, there was a pizzeria under Hillary's place. That is stating as a fact something that may or may not be true. So, you know, it's really wild that people say factual things and they get sued by the Trump administration, right? They just say factual things and they get sued for defamation or whatever. You know, I mean, who was it? Michael Wolff recently got sued by Melania for saying that Melania was friends with Epstein and had a long history with him. That is absolutely true. That's provable. There's video of them together. There's emails of her calling Ghislaine Maxwell G because she's friends with her. Like, that is provable. And they sue him. And with this crowd, it's like they will say whatever. I don't understand
anymore.
I don't understand. I do not understand.
The operation is to shake down foreign entities.
Shake down how? Like when Witkoff goes to other countries and signs deals with leaders in Indonesia and Qatar and Ukraine and Russia for mineral deals? What about the $700 million in DoD contracts that Trump's own children have gotten for extraction deals in Ukraine that the president himself is negotiating? Okay. Well, supposedly him, but it's actually Witkoff getting plans passed off from Russians, right? I can show you.
I mean, your only mode of defense is the what about, and then you jump to something else.
Wow. The irony. The irony. Your only defense is what about? That's what you've been doing this entire time.
It's always projection. Always.
Wow.
It's whatever I'm doing. Wow. You're doing that.
Yes. You know, like Trump's doing all these legal stuff. Well, what about Hunter Biden's laptop? And then he says, well, what about Trump taking bribes essentially from Qatar, from Saudi Arabia? His children have done deals. Jared Kushner has gotten deals through Saudi. He bought EA with you know, Saudi Arabia. And I don't want to be I'm not a financial analyst and don't take my word for it, but I think their stock is going to drop because EA wasn't popular before. But anyway, like, you know, you can't then go, well, you're doing whataboutism. Holy crap. Yes, irony is dead, Geronimus. I agree. That just killed irony. That just absolutely slaughtered it. That is ridiculous.
We have witnessed a murder.
Yes, that irony was disarmed and then shot on the street. Like, quite frankly. Holy crap.
Why don't we stay with this?
Okay, wait. If you want to stay with the topic, let's do it. Give me one concrete example of Biden corruption. What was one concrete example? Not like I think this happened and there was a story of this. What's one concrete example? Okay. I just gave you like 5 for Trump.
All right. One concrete example is that Biden is vice president, and right about the time that Biden is designated as the U.S. man for Ukraine, a river of money now begins to flow from Burisma to Hunter Biden and his business partners, and all of this at a time.
That is not concrete example of, no. Like, they investigated him and went, no, this appears to be legit. And look, it may be immoral to use your position as the son of the president to be hired by a company because you have a lot of influence. Yeah, that's probably bad, but it's not corruption in the legal sense. It's not corruption.
When Burisma itself is under investigation for all kinds of fraud, and Joe Biden goes on camera before an international council and tells you that he demanded that the prosecutor of Burisma be fired. And not only that, he got him fired. And he not only that, he went on to say, I told Ukraine that you're not getting $1 billion if you don't fire this guy.
Why did he say that?
There's nothing that Trump has done that comes even close to this.
Oh, sure. Well, then why did he say that?
He said that because it's true and he got away with it.
No, it's because the prosecutor was found to have links to the Russian government. That's why.
Oopsie.
Yep.
So, river of money. What does Dinesh mean by a river of money? Well, apparently the company Burisma Holdings received $1 million per year starting in 2014. Hunter Biden's compensation reached up to $50,000 a month during his tenure there. Now, $50,000 a month is not exactly Trump change, but it's not exactly what I'd call a river of money in the context of the sheer ridiculousness we're talking about these days, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Totally.
with it.
No. Why did Biden tell that to Ukraine?
Because Biden told that to Ukraine because he was essentially making a deal with Burisma in which Burisma
You don't even know
said,
the official
hold on,
cover story?
Burisma said, you sort out this corruption deal for us.
I like that question. You don't even know the official cover story. You're making your own. And yeah, this is classic Dinesh D'Souza. He will, say whatever, and it may conflict with other people's cover stories. And I mean, that's classic Trump, isn't it? His team will come up with a cover story, and he won't even adhere to it.
Oh, he won't have to learn it. He'll just say whatever.
He will just say whatever.
He's still running around, just outright saying, "Hey, they rigged the election, so I'm the president, and that's a good thing."
Hmm?
And no.
Yeah, we invaded Venezuela for the oil, and everyone's going, no, it's freedom, man. Like, freedom. And he doesn't care. He's just like, no, we want the oil. The oil's ours. It belongs to us.
Right here, and we will start paying your son, and money will flow right back to you. Nothing good. The timing is perfect. The amount of money is huge, and
the timing is perfect. What else was going on in 2014 in Ukraine?
It was the revolution by the people to throw out the current government, which was highly suspected of being influenced by Russia. And interestingly enough, when the guy was kicked out, where did he go? Moscow. That's where he went to. And people were angry because they had a revolution, and they went into the head palace, and it was opulent, like he had been basically taking all this money for himself. So yeah, people were angry. And the Russian story is they accuse the US of meddling in, they accuse NATO of meddling in the affairs, but no, Russia had a puppet government in Ukraine, and that has been fairly well demonstrated, which the people overthrew and then installed their own guy, and Zelensky is now in charge, and he is definitely not a Russian puppet, and he's definitely not an American puppet either.
No,
I think
he doesn't like either.
No,
party.
he's not. No, he's not.
And
he's not
okay with Biden. He wasn't our biggest fan, but they got on all right. It was
all right, yeah. And he's definitely not European puppet. If he was a European puppet, he wouldn't have said what he said in Davos the last month or whatever. He would not have stood up there and basically chastised the entire EU in front of everybody. He definitely wouldn't have. So yeah, I mean, you can argue that all you want, but that is the timeline of events. And frickin' Russian apologists, man. Oh, I just remembered something. It is the first for me, but I don't think I've given out all of my readerships this month because I suck. And so I had to do it today. Yeah,
you got to do it quick before.
Yeah.
And where are the YouTube servers? In freaking California, probably, maybe.
Yeah.
But before the servers reset.
I know. I forgot. I was going to do it at the very start, and then I got sidetracked because I was just yapping. I was in a yapping mood. I gotcha. It never happens. No, never. Not once. Thank you so much, Mark Reed Atheism, for your 5 readerships. And those go out to Oceanus Helios. Hold it a sec. I wanted to do more of this kind of. Hold it. I got stuff here somewhere. There you go. Those go out to Oceanus Helios, Deconstructing Laura, Mighty, Filbert, Dr. Pizza MD, Ivan Van Veen. Thank you so much, everybody. Winners, chicken dinners. Enjoy your emotes and other benefits like your member streams. Really, really good. Awesome. Thank you so much, everybody. There's some freebies, and I will have freebies next month if I remember, which I cannot guarantee because reasons. Because I suck. But never mind. I'll get through it. Hopefully that came in. I know that when it's the 1st and I try to give stuff out, it's not a new month yet. So presumably this won't be the new months. But yeah, enjoy. And if you do want to support me, please do consider a membership. It helps out so much and keeps the channel going, or at least, staggering along. So yeah, thank you so much.
Don't you think there might have been maybe the whole, I know this is, I'm a sucker for buying the official story that the entire European Union and the United States and the whole U.S. official administration, everything agreed with. The deal was that money was going to be made available to loan to Ukraine if they would clean up the rampant corruption in that country, of which there was a plethora of. We know this because one of the main benefactors of that corruption was Manafort, when he was working with Putin to help his candidate in Ukraine that he was lying about reporting his income to. It was one of the big indictments that came out, one of the big convictions, and one of the big pardons that Trump made later. But you said that's unrelated to this, right? In 2014, I know, of course it's not, nothing is. In 2014, when Biden was...
Of course it's not related. Nothing is related to this. Yeah, nothing at all. So yeah, Manafort was working in Ukraine, and they showed like he was prosecuted for taking what amounts to bribes from the pro-Russian Ukrainian government. He was working as a foreign agent without declaring himself as a foreign agent. Who was he working for? Russia.
You're dodging.
I'm just saying what the policy was in the United States. Biden was operating. This was the deal that Ukraine had already made with the U.S. You have to clean up. Shokin was known as a bad prosecutor. That investigation you were talking about into Burisma, that was dead for over a year. There was nothing even happening on that front. Ukraine was known to be a country with a lot of corruption and a lot of corruption-related issues, and part of them having access to low interest rate loans from the West, from the United States, was that they would clean up their corrupt businesses or their corrupt lack of ability to conduct themselves as a country. That was the story given. The whole rest of the world agrees. The European Union, the United States, everybody else. Nobody's brought this up until Trump was caught trying to do a quid pro quo later with his own personal attorney, Giuliani, making phone calls, and then him making phone calls unilaterally on his own.
So let's repeat your dewy-eyed account of what is actually happening.
Dewy-eyed. This is the evidence that we have. Like, no, yours is the conspiracy theory that has no actual substance behind it. And then, you know, it's so wild. It's the intellectual inconsistency to say, oh, well, I heard this story, it's obviously true. And then Destiny presents something that has the weight of evidence behind it, and he goes, oh, it's a dewy-eyed account. Like, they try to rewrite history, just rewrite it completely. You know, like, the January the 6th was a bunch of peaceful protesters and stuff. Like, we all know what's going on. It's wild.
In Ukraine, according to you.
Sorry?
From the... as you know, this is a paying burn debate, and sometimes Travis will take clips out of longer debates and publish them out as standalone videos.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And there's a clip from this section that's titled "Trump Protected Russia and His Own Ass."
Yeah. Yeah.
He's the pro-Russian president.
Yes.
Holy America first, though, folks. For real.
I mean, he's got a picture of him and Putin up in Mar-a-Lago. He talks about Putin in such admiring tones. And don't forget, Putin is a killer. He is, like, his political opponents suddenly die.
They fall out of windows even.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at, who is it, Zelensky? He was his main opponent, and like the main opponent of an ex-KGB agent, and he gets poisoned with a Soviet-era neurotoxin? I mean, do we have to ask where that came from? Seriously. What the hell?
According to you, there's a lot of corruption in Ukraine. True. Not surprisingly, very involved in the corruption, Burisma. Would you think that a giant energy company...
Nobody said that. He did not say that. No.
...in Ukraine is somehow immune from the corruption? They're part of it. Okay, a prosecutor is looking into it.
Navalny, thank you, Jason. Yeah, Navalny, who's now, you know, like, so Navalny, I just want to mention this, because Navalny was in the UK being treated for this Soviet-era neurotoxin, which, you know, we don't know where it came from, but you can almost guarantee it's going to be some of the stock that the Soviet Republic had left over. So Navalny decided after he recovered from that to return to Russia. And I don't know how he did it, because somebody cannot fit balls that big on a plane. Okay, there's weight limits and stuff. When he got to Russia, he was arrested for campaign charges, which the rest of the world went, yeah, they look completely fabricated. And he died in prison conveniently. Like, it's not hard to understand what has happened here. Like, Putin takes out his political opponents. I don't think it's contentious to say that.
Yeah. But yeah, but Putin does, he wants to send a message, right? It's like the calling card thing. It's like saying, oh, you can't prove it's me, but it's definitely me, comrade. Yeah.
According to you, Joe Biden, having no personal interest in the matter whatsoever, motivated purely by the most sublime ethics, tells Ukraine, you have to fire, there's a corruption all over the country, but I'm only demanding one thing of you. You need to fire this one guy.
Their chief prosecutor.
Who is looking into, their chief prosecutor, who is looking into corruption from the company that my son is.
Yeah, and he had links to Russia. And he wasn't doing anything about the corruption of the government, right? Like, the corruption of the government was the problem. He wasn't doing anything about that. He was instead targeting one of Trump's political enemies. Doesn't that say anything? Okay, it's fantasy land over here. Dinesh D'Souza's just in fantasy land.
About to make an extremely lucrative.
Oh, it's he's like an angry penguin. I don't know how, you know,
financial deal with for 83 grand per month to go on indefinitely. And according to you, it's all on the up and up. No investigations required here, guys.
You know why I know this?
We're all good Democrats here, and when our guys.
He was investigated, dumbass. He didn't say no investigations required. This is just a straw man. Because he literally said, hey, Biden was investigated. Yes, there was an investigation, because that's what we do when we think someone's broken the law. We do an investigation and get evidence. But guess what? The only time Trump has been investigated sufficiently, he was a convicted felon. Funny that.
Very, very peculiar.
Do it. It's all A-okay.
This is the easy killer question that, again, you won't have an answer for. If this was such a horrible, corrupt thing, why is it that Republicans only seem to recall the quote that Joe Biden made on stage in front of the whole world in 2014, years later, when it came up with Donald Trump and Ukraine? Why would Joe Biden go out on stage and admit to the corruption, saying, I told them that if you don't fire Shogun, you're not getting anything from us, ha ha ha. Why did nobody say, oh my God, we need to investigate him for corruption? Maybe it's because the whole world understood how corrupt the Ukrainian system was at that point in time.
The reason people went back to the video is for the simple reason that they, at that point of the video, didn't know about the money flow. So the point is, Joe Biden makes an action which seems on the up and up. It's just that it's part of my job. I'm making sure
it's
that
part of the VP's job to fire prosecutors in other countries.
Well,
no, it's not.
It is. First of all, it's a little unusual for the Vice President of the United States to name the chief prosecutor in this country and say...
Very unusual, I agree. So
unusual.
Why didn't anybody think anything weird of it? Because this was the policy that the European Union and the West had in guaranteeing law.
Yes, they had this policy already. It's not like Biden went out and said, hey, let's implement this policy of if you don't clean up corruption, we're going to take your funding away, right? Like that isn't a thing that they made up. It was already that policy. And he was just reiterating what the EU had said and what America's policy was, which was that prosecutor was corrupt. Like, this wasn't... But, you know, all of this comes from the question of how does what Biden did equate with what Trump's doing now? And I mean, since this debate, it looks even worse because he is suing his own Department of Justice for $10 billion. Don't forget that. I mean, that's corrupt on a whole nother level. Has any president, sitting president, ever sued his own Department of Justice? Of course not. Like, holy shit.
It's wild.
It's very wild. Dinesh is just lucky that that story hadn't, you know, come out by when he did this debate, because he would have been toast. Did Biden sue his own Department of Justice? No. Well, I guess Trump's a whole lot worse then, isn't he?
To help Ukraine. That's why nobody looked into it.
So you can think that something is weird without thinking that there's money changing hands. You can think, I don't know why he'd do that. That's really strange. And then a little bit later...
Nobody thought it was really strange because the entire government was corrupt. Like, nobody thought it was really strange at all. So I don't know what Dinesh D'Souza is going on about because everybody understood the problem with the corruption in there. And you know what? The corruption in Ukraine looked a lot like the corruption in Russia. Like, you know, oligarchs and stuff.
What?
Really?
Comes out, hold on. You actually have checks made out to Hunter Biden's LLCs. You have contracts from Burisma. Now you know, oh my gosh, it all makes sense. This guy was doing it so to open up a spigot of money. Obviously, it's in Burisma's interest to shut down the investigation. What's that worth? $83,000 a month? Yeah. Is our Hunter Biden's expertise worth 83? Hunter Biden wasn't just getting 83. So was Devin Archer. So it's 83 per partner, not 83 total per month. People don't give that kind of money, especially foreigners don't give that kind of money without having some.
Yeah, how does the 10 billion equate to, oh, they leaked my taxes, which presidents should, normally do show the entire public anyway? How does that stack up, D'Souza? $10 billion for a showing President Trump's taxes. And I'm not even sure it was illegal what they did because they got it in the interest of a court case. So what
interest in the matter? They're not.
So what would you say about the $2 billion that Kushner's firm got from the MBS when Donald Trump was crafting the Abraham Accords? Are you saying there must have been a quid pro quo there as well? Or what about the massive Qatari deal with the $500 million jet? Or what about the minerals deal in Ukraine with Russia?
I think we should look at these. So I think with Trump, let me tell you what.
Well, here, but as we move on to this, can we admit for everything else, there's no solid proof of any of the stuff related to Hunter Biden. It's just, the big guy or whatever. There was no solid proof of anything related to Joe Biden or Pence with regards to improper handling of their documents.
Well, all I'm saying is when you say there's no solid proof, all evening you have been reciting these rhetorical, why do you think Trump took a plane from Qatar? There's no solid proof, but you've been saying it.
He said he was.
He's done several press conferences about it.
Yes. He said that, hey, like the American plane isn't up to scratch and stuff, so Qatar's giving me another. Like this isn't secret stuff behind the back. It's not like we have rumors that he literally said he was taking it, and that he would put it in the presidential museum afterwards, which I personally don't think is going to happen. But that aside, he's still taking a product of incredible monetary value from Qatar, which is a conflict of interest and a donation that Congress has to approve of, and they have not. He's breaking the law doing so. I don't understand. I don't understand.
Over the damn plane. I mean, it'll be the greatest miscarriage of justice ever, but it'll also be so fucking funny.
Look, until the House and the Congress change a lot, there's not going to be any impeachment. There's not going to be any impeachment. And somebody did sort of make me aware that they need a supermajority in the Senate in order to convict him. Impeachment, though, just needs a simple majority in the House, and then they can basically put the president on trial. And no sitting president that's been impeached has ever gone through a trial. They will just, I don't know. It's wild. It's wild.
Well, Clinton had a trial, but he didn't get convicted, I guess.
Yeah, he resigned before that. And quite frankly, I think they should have prosecuted Clinton for lying under oath. That the fact that, but Clinton did this and he got away with it. Yeah, it sucks. It's not fair, but that doesn't make what your guy doing right. We want, wow. I just worry that if the politicians, on the Democrat side, if they just let Trump resign and not prosecute him, and sort of had this understanding with the Republicans that, hey, we don't prosecute our own after they've resigned from president, we just let them be, I don't know, Nixon, for instance. I feel like that really undermines people's confidence in politicians and the political process, because it's like they should be more accountable as the president than they are as an ordinary citizen, but they're not, and that's a problem.
So there is there's two slight notes about impeachment in the Senate. The first is you need a 2/3 vote of those present. So you do need a supermajority, but it only needs to be of the minimum quorum. I don't know what the quorum is in this. It's not 100 because they do conduct business with 12 people there all the damn time. But whatever the quorum is, you need 2/3 of those. If it's all 100, you need 67. But the second thing is, if that fails, then the person doesn't get removed, but they can do a subsequent vote with a simple majority that prevents them from ever holding public office, which in Trump's case would be fucking pointless, but they could do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Why did Jared Kushner make this deal? You constantly invoke these rhetorical whys.
So to be clear, I'm not invoking rhetorical whys. I'm not holding your line. The issue is that Kushner was the guy who was the chief architect of the Abraham Accords, and Kushner's firm got $2 billion from MBS from Saudi Arabia. Or Donald Trump allowed Qatar to have a security agreement with the U.S. We don't even have with Israel. And in exchange, there was a $400 million jet that was authorized for Donald Trump's, I guess, Secret Service and his presidency to have. This is an exact thing. Hunter Biden was never a public office official holder. So there is no, like, I can't draw the comparison. Now, if Hunter Biden worked in the White House, or if Hunter Biden had the same role that Witkoff had, that Elon Musk has, that any of Trump's children has, then I could say, oh yeah, that is kind of like weird and bad. But you guys seem very focused on the hypothetical crimes of Hunter Biden, none of which the House is able to actually indict him on, but you have no concern about the open, rampant corruption that Donald Trump is engaged in, where right now, with a crypto coin, he could take donations from anybody around the world and nobody would know about it.
Let's look at the jet from Qatar, because
reset.
Yeah. What about? Let's look from the jet from Qatar. Yeah, please do. Please do. The jet from Qatar. Any gift to any president has to be approved by Congress. I mean, I don't know the exact law, but it is absolutely a thing. And unilaterally, Trump just said, yeah, I'm taking it. And at the same time, Qatar got a military agreement that is so generous, it's ridiculous.
I think if we're looking at corruption, let's look and see what's going on here. So Trump, and this is one of the unique aspects of Trump, I guess, is being
unique is generous. Unique is generous. I think one of the corrupt, dangerous, destructive things about Trump is that he will do things that other presidents never have. That doesn't make it a good thing.
Criminal, yeah, president, yeah.
This is not a criminal act.
I agree. The Supreme Court
Trump operates. Okay. Trump is ultimately a transactional guy who acts as if the United States is his corporation, and he's the CEO. So Trump thinks, the way Trump mind works, if I can get a foreign business to put $500 million into the United States, I'm scoring a big one for my company called the USA. Trump thinks that if I'm making a deal with Qatar, and the Qataris, as tribute, want to give the United States of America, not Trump, a plane, we'll take your plane. It actually establishes who is paying tribute to whom.
Holy shit. That is horrifying. That is horrifying. Because, like, going along the lines of that analogy, right? As a CEO, you're not interested in the interest of your consumers, really. Only how it affects your bottom line. Who you're interested in serving is the shareholders. That's why a country is not a corporation. It's because the stakeholders are who is important. So the difference between a stakeholder and a shareholder owns part of the company. A stakeholder is anybody with an interest in the company doing its job, or, I mean, the shareholders are stakeholders, but so is every single customer, so is, all of the workers for that company, everybody, right, are stakeholders. Anybody that's associated with the company in any way, shape, or form are stakeholders. So you're basically saying that he's running it for the shareholders, not the stakeholders. And that's horrifying. Because you're basically saying, hey, he's running it for the billionaires who have an interest in providing money for the people running it. Rather than
what he's always openly been saying he was doing.
Yeah. I mean, I saw a clip recently where he sort of said, hey, I'm not interested in lowering housing prices. I'm interested in raising them. So people that already have houses will see their market share increase. They will get more and more money for their house. And I just went, oh, that is horrific. That's horrific.
Yeah, it's all I mean, what is it? Something like I'm going to get the number way off, but a ridiculous percentage of housing units in the US are owned by one corporation that's owned by one billionaire, you know? So I looked up the gifts thing, and the president specifically cannot accept gifts at all from foreign states or officials. If it's under a certain minimal value, which is currently $480 US dollar equivalent, whatever, then the government can accept, but he cannot personally accept. And there's exceptions. Congress can grant an exception if refusal would cause embarrassment or harm to foreign relations. Like, say, when the UK presented the US with the Resolute desk. If the US had said, no, keep your smelly warship wood, that would have damaged international relations. So they said, no, you accept that. But it became the government's, not the president's.
Yeah, no, the president doesn't get to keep it. And, you know, I do not believe that it will go into some presidential museum after Trump. If anything, it should be kept for the next president. But I'm unsure whether Trump really believes there's going to be a next president. You know, I think he thinks that he's the president forever.
Kind of seems that way, or at least the rest of his life, which may or may not last out the rest of his term, but that's neither here nor there. Personal gifts from Americans or close friends, and this is a potential loophole, is he can accept personal gifts from the American public or close friends.
Right.
The way that's phrased seems to imply a close friend can be someone who isn't an American. Otherwise, they'd be included in the American public. And it's ishy. That's a very fuzzy section of the law.
Yeah, but I mean, that's clearly when you're taking it from a state, right? It wasn't like, oh, he had a friend in Qatar that gave him. This was Qatar, the government, presenting him with a jet. And the fact that he's framing it as tribute, something that happens when you overpower another country and they're bribing you not to stomp your face, is ridiculous. You know, and there's a reason why we don't allow this, because, okay, maybe it is in America's interest to provide this military agreement with Qatar, but when you throw leverage and a quid pro quo into it, is he doing this for the benefit of the people, or is he doing it because he gets a jet? I would suggest he's doing it because he gets a jet. Yeah, I really think so, but...
He's so mad that everyone knows he's riding around in Epstein's used plane. So don't shine a black light if you ever ride an Air Force One.
Wow. Well, apparently, has Clinton been in that thing? Because I wouldn't shine a black light in Clinton's X-plane either. Because
that's fair.
Yeah. Yep. I think. Shine a light on the darkness, lock up whoever is demonstrated to have committed a crime.
Going forward, we should just automatically put presidents on trial. Like, just assume they're criminals. I realize most of our system is innocent until proven guilty. But I mean,
if you're playing the odds,
we've had in decades was Obama, and he did some shady ass shit that he really should be held accountable for too, you know?
Yeah.
And Trump's point is, I can do these deals. Frankly, if it were the Biden administration, they would have given Qatar $400 million and got nothing out of it.
So if the CEO of your company cut you a deal, your company a deal where your company now has to do work for Qatar, but the CEO gets to fly around in a $500 million private jet, you feel like the CEO was working for you?
You're saying, yeah, I do.
Yeah. What? What? No, the CEO doesn't pocket the benefit of the CEO makes a deal with China to, sell them X amount. He doesn't pocket that. That's embezzling. He doesn't just go, hey, give me this thing that's now mine. I get to use that. No, that's not how that works, D'Souza. If the CEO makes a deal, he makes it on behalf of the shareholders in order to provide profit for the shareholders. But Trump's not doing that. He's taking the jet for himself.
I do.
How does the $400 million jet help Americans?
The $400 million jet is $400 million less that the United States would have to pay. Air Force One is being refurbished or displaced.
So instead of paying American workers and an American company to make a plane, we got one for free from Qatar, a country that you said is influencing our country via foreign affairs more than almost any other country on the planet.
Pause.
I think you think you're making gotchas on me, but you're not. Qatar.
No, it's what you said. It's what, if someone could find, this really needs to be clipped where he says that Qatar's influencing us more than any other country, because he did say that earlier in the debate. And now he's saying, oh, Trump takes the thing from Qatar. It's just a deal. It's just a deal.
It's a good deal, even.
It's a good deal, yeah.
It shows his business acumen. Like that Greenland deal, where he made an ass of us on the world stage and got the same deal we've had since 1957.
The worst I saw lately was Piers Morgan talking about how the deals that Trump's done, he's done all of these deals. And I can't remember who he was talking to. It may have been Destiny. I don't know. It was somebody he was talking to. And they said, you think that he's done what deals has he done? What deals has Trump done? Because he keeps saying there'll be these deals with China. There'll be these deals with Japan. There's these deals coming. They never eventuate. They don't come. That's the problem. That's why the economy's in such a bad place, because he's not doing deals. He's announcing them before he's even settled them. That is not what a businessman does. They do the deal first and then, announce it. But instead, he's doing it the opposite way around. And, Piers Morgan said, oh, but all of these tariffs. I'm sorry, what world is tariffs a trade deal? This is so...
another journalist who doesn't seem to understand how anything works.
It's so bewildering to me. Tariffs are a tax. You don't have to go to Japan and go, hey, do you want to come to a deal about a tariff? We're going to put 10% tariff on you. What do you think? Do you agree to it? That is not what happens. No. What happens is you go, hey, Japan, we're tariffing you 10%. They don't get a say in it. And yeah, he's tried to do deals as in, oh, if you don't do this, that, or the other, we're going to tariff you even more. And if you do what we want, we'll only tariff you 10%. And, we can't even point to deals with that, because the things that people have promised him are things that are already happening. Like what Australia promised. Oh, but we'll sell you our minerals. That was already happening. That was already a thing. Like Canada did the same. They said, oh, we'll open this plant in Canada and we'll allow this thing to happen. And they were already doing that. It's how you get around Trump. You basically tell him something that's already happened, say it's all his amazing deal, and he'll just kill himself, patting himself on the back and wander away. It's wild. But that's where we are. But to think that sort of strong-arming tariffs is a trade deal? No, it's not. A trade deal is when you have discussions with another country and say, hey, we'll take this amount for this, and this won't have any import tax on it, or this won't have this on it, and in exchange, we will provide you with, copper, you will provide us with soybeans. It's this back and forth. That's a trade deal. Like a free trade agreement where you're like, well, we won't tax any of your products, you don't tax ours, there'll be free trade between the two, or a taxation. Those are trade deals. This is not a trade deal. He's just saying, hey, EU, if you don't do what I want, I'll tariff you 50%. Holy crap.
Trade deal.
I'm just pointing out what you're saying. The gotchas are coming from your side.
Let me spell it out.
Go ahead.
The nation of Qatar is extremely...
Have you ever done sort of any kind of corporate business training?
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with the orange example?
It's not ringing a bell.
Okay. So the example they give is there are two different businesses, right? You're a business for, you sell orange juice, right? And, I have a interest in providing medicinal goods that's extracted from the skin of the orange kind of thing. And so they put this up with a description and basically go, okay, sort out who gets the oranges and why, and what you're prepared to pay for it kind of thing, right? Like, so come to an agreement, you know, put your case to the government who's, you know, owns the orange, whatever, in some other country, of who should get the oranges. And going through that training, I made a fantastic case for the medicine kind of thing. And I'll never forget this because I made a fantastic case and, you know, presented everything. But the key to this scenario is that one of them makes orange juice. The other gets medicine from the peel. What's the point here? You can both. Why not both? Why not win? Why not split the cost of importing? One of them has the capacity to depeel them, send them over to the other company. You can work out agreements between you. Everybody wins, right? Like, that is one of the examples to set up. Look where both sides win. Because when both sides compromise and win, that's where you get really good trade deals, right? And that's where you get further trade deals based upon the trust that you build up. But what Trump's doing is extorting people. That's what he's doing. He's saying, I will make you suffer if you don't do what I want. And in the short term, it might seem great. In the long term, you ruin your reputation. You ruin all of your trade relationships. You absolutely destroy your company. Like, so this is one of the prime examples. And, you know, I'll never forget that scenario because I argued so well for my side. And afterwards, I was like, holy crap. We could have both had exactly what we wanted, shared the cost, and it would have been better for both of us.
Mm-hmm. That's probably why that's the example chosen, is because there is an optimal outcome. So any instructor can be like, you got it, you know?
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I felt like a bit of an idiot, but at the other hand, I never forgot that lesson kind of thing, you know, and yeah, it made me feel like an idiot. Like, why didn't I just see that we could both use them and, you know, do all of this? But it was a really good example. And it sort of really highlights where America has been really successful in the past. They get something out of it. The other country gets something out of it. They're both, you know, not overjoyed, but they're both happy with the outcome. And that's how it built itself. Not this, you know, shotgun diplomacy that they're currently doing. It's horrible.
Cunning. They understand that you've got the radical jihadis over here, and you've got Israel over here. And the Qataris realize that there is a very important middleman role to be played by a broker who has access to the terrorists, but at the same time is willing to make deals with America. And so, for example, if you want to get the hostages out, it's not easy to deal with Hamas. And so Qatar goes, listen, the guys in Hamas, they live in Qatar. We'll talk to them. We'll get some sense out of them. Now...
And then you bombed them. Let's not forget that when Hamas had a meeting with the Qatari government, the US bombed them. Yes, its ally.
Competence, expertise.
This is the reality of the dirty world we live in. You have to work with these kinds of people. Are they duplicitous? Yes. Do they make promises? Yes. They go, listen, we want to run some joint air exercises with you at one of your military bases, but we are the good Muslims. We preach the Quran, but we don't want to bomb your buildings. And so you need to encourage the good Muslims to undermine the power of the bad Muslims.
Say.
I don't think they like any Muslims.
Yeah. Like, oh, for fuck's sake. Most of the rest of the world is saying the same thing. Like, we don't want to deal with these barbarians, but this is the world we live in. We can't ignore the United States entirely. You know? These extremists, these accelerationists.
Yeah. It's a problem. And it's mostly tied to religion and apocalyptic doomsday thinking. And it's a problem. It is a problem.
And so this is Qatar's sales pitch. Why do you think Georgetown took their money? Why do you think they don't? Why do you think they own political science departments around the United States? They have a pitch. Now, what I'm saying with Trump understands what their pitch is.
Does he?
But Trump is operating, I think, as no president that I've seen before him in the transactional world is something he is better at than almost anybody else I've seen in 40 years of American politics. The Biden people were so bad at this that they were giving away everything and getting nothing in return.
Why is
Nothing.
it
Nothing. Nothing. Look,
fucking
look.
idiot. We were giving away U.S. aid, the whole program. We were just sending money to other countries to help keep other people alive, and we were getting nothing but goodwill from it.
Yeah, as a person from outside the US, I think that the United States, it would be hard for me to say the United States gave everything and took nothing. I really would sort of push back on that, especially considering that we have never asked the United States to go to war. The United States has asked us to go to war multiple times, and we have done so. Korea, Vietnam, Iraq war. And we have been the first in there because America is our ally. When Americans start saying, hey, you deserve to just do what we want because you're a peasant or whatever, I'm not feeling the love there. I'm not feeling like I'm getting something for nothing. I feel like America's getting something for nothing. That's what I feel like. And so it's very hard for people overseas to hear this when it is such an obvious and despicable lie that America gets, nothing and gives us everything. That is so untrue. That is so fucking untrue.
It's the exact opposite of true in many cases, which is why Dinesh is saying it, which is why that's the Republican position.
Yeah.
I mean, as the side chat is pointing out, Trump's entire life is he's been declaring things and getting things and not delivering things.
Mm-hmm.
It's his entire biography,
Yeah.
Donald Trump is able to create all these crafty deals with people like Qatar. And when you talk about the terrorists and everything else that they were concerned with, they were probably concerned with the fact that Israel had just bombed them. I think that was a major impetus for them securing a peace agreement or a security agreement with the United States.
Yeah, maybe it was Israel that bombed them. I could be incorrect on that. Maybe it wasn't the US. But I think there was the thing that the US allowed them. Like they, there was a story going around, and I'm not sure about this. I don't take 100%, but I thought that the US had given them permission. It's hard to think of Israel bombing anybody around them without the US saying it's okay. I find that hard to believe, but hey, I could be wrong.
It's because they don't want Israel bombing them anymore, number one. Number two, he has all this ability to negotiate so cleverly and craftily with all of his enemies. Why can't he make the same negotiations with, I don't know, Canada and Mexico?
Well,
he's turned ally to enemy of almost every country on the planet of the United States.
I'll tell you why. Because what Trump is dealing with is basically 75 years of European freeloading off of America.
Wow.
What?
We have free military bases in half the countries in Europe. But they're freeloading on us.
Yeah. I mean, we've got American military bases and intelligence bases in Australia. You're not paying for them. You're just using them because that's what you want. And, one thing I'll say about Australia is too often, in my opinion, we go along with what the US wants because it's the US that wants it. And let me tell you, I think people in Australia are sick of it. Because, after Vietnam, after the Iraq War, after all of these wars that we've joined in because it's America asking, people have had it up to here with that sort of attitude. Like freeloading. Get fucked, D'Souza. Wow.
Yeah, there's a big fucking difference between we're allies, we can be good friends, we can have trade deals and all this and that. Wonderful. But going to war is another order of business,
Yeah. And I know that Australia went into a free trade agreement with America because America wanted it. They pushed it really hard. because Australia has Australia imports more from the US than we sell to the US. Okay, we've got a trade surplus. Right, and that was the question. Why is Australia? Because the reason why these tariffs occurred is because he said that, because he doesn't understand trade surpluses. So he's like, everyone, we've got a trade surplus with everybody. We sell them more than we buy from them. So we're being taken advantage of. Right, for some reason. I don't know how that works. But Australia's the opposite way round. So a congressman brought up, then why Australia? They buy more of our stuff than they sell us. Why tariff them? Because it's not the reason. It's because he wants to use economic strangleholds in order to exploit other countries, including his allies.
That's the whole thing. Is as Destiny's pointing out, he's alienating all of our allies.
Yeah,
it's almost like the goal is to distance ourselves from our allies while simultaneously polishing the boots, if you know what I mean, of our traditional enemies.
Yes, and to be on the side of totalitarian dictators, which if you look at Trump's Peace Council, the amount of dictators on there is shocking. There's Turkey, there's Azerbaijan. There's a few in there. I'm not sure which ones, but there's dictators in there. That is not a peace council.
He's inviting countries he can't even pronounce. That's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Europeans after World War II got an amazing deal, which is basically, we, America, will locate hundreds of thousands of troops in Europe to protect against a Soviet invasion. We will guarantee the protection of Europe.
No, you didn't have to do that. It's NATO that protects against that. It's NATO. And that also protected the US during the height of the Soviet era, because if the Soviets attacked the United States, they would also have to deal with Russia, which is a war on two fronts, right? So it's not just, after World War II, it was just America defense. No, it was a defense pact, because Russia was really fucking strong at that point. Yes, the collapse of communism and the, gutting out of Russia by Putin has, made them a paper tiger. But that's not to mean that they just took advantage of America all this time. No, America needed the EU and, what was formerly the EU, but Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, all of these people. So because the USSR was a threat to their power. They were equivalent in power. I know they're not anymore, but they were. This man does not know history at all, in any way.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And when America sort of called these wars against communist nations, like, Korea and, Vietnam, those are the countries that stepped in to help. They helped. America was attacked by terrorists. Those countries stepped in to help. So don't you fucking dare say that those countries just got free stuff off of them when they actually, he attacked Danish people, Denmark. They'd never helped us. They were in the Iraq War. They lost soldiers in the Iraq War. What the hell? It's wild to me that they just go, your countrymen bled for us, but it doesn't mean anything. Because unless they're giving them fat bundles of cash, they don't see it as worth it. We're not worth it. We're just peasants that should die on the battlefield. Fucking unreal. I wonder why nobody likes me. Unreal.
And we, the American taxpayer, will pay for it. Meanwhile, you can take all the money that you are spending on defense and use it on your welfare state. This deal...
Nobody forced America to prop up its military-industrial complex so much. And I would argue that is not due to Europe. It's due to the military companies making an incredible amount of profit off of it. Mm-hmm. I don't think you can blame Europe for the United States over-militarizing. And if it's a problem, why don't you demilitarize? Why don't you lower your military spending? Because you don't want to. Holy crap.
Has been in place, untouched by Republican or Democratic presidents for 75 years. And every time anybody has questioned it, the president or the president's team has basically said, we have to live with it. We realize we're being ripped off. And by the way, the same is
now he's just making shit up. No, they don't say that. They say, we have military interests in these locations. Like, if you pull out troops from your military bases, hell, they shut down the military bases in Greenland. They had military access to Greenland. And they went, no, we're going to shut it down. There's not, after the fall of communism, there's not enough reason to keep them there. And Denmark went, cool, fine, not a problem. And now you're saying, oh, we want Greenland back. You can still put military bases there. But they don't want to do that. They want Greenland itself. Probably for the resources, but that's just my opinion.
true across the board. It recently came out.
Well, here, just focusing on Europe. Just focusing on Europe.
You'll have your turn. It recently came out that, by and large, pharmaceutical drugs all over the world are dramatically cheaper than in the United States.
Yes.
Why? Because
Recently.
all the R&D.
That's been the case for a while.
For decades, and it's been getting worse over the years. Like, there's a lot of people who've been doing border runs to Canada to get fucking insulin.
Yeah.
Because the price discrepancy is in the hundreds of percents at this point, but it's been known for quite some time. It just keeps getting worse. I mean, I myself am... I can't even read the label on this medicine because I have to get overseas medicines, you know? I mean, I know what it is, but it's...
So it's because of the healthcare systems that we've sort of we've set up, right? So instead of every single pharmacy, like basically having agreements with the drug companies that, well, they both profit out of it, really. That's what happens. We all know it. Let's be honest about this. They don't necessarily go with what's best for their customers. They go what's best for their shareholders. Let's be real, okay? Instead, what happens is the country of Australia, right, the government of Australia acts as a single buyer. And if they don't get the drugs for a certain price, they will go to a competitor, even a competitor from another country, and get it from there, right? Then what they do after receiving a discount is subsidize the cost of certain medicines that are deemed to be necessary for, healthy life. So, if it's stuff like weight loss pills, they don't subsidize that. That's, off the table. If it's for, insulin, that's subsidized. So they use those savings to reduce the cost for their customers. And so the government pays part of the money for those essential medicines, but it also acts as a single buyer, so it has the purchasing power to say, hey, we want these for a price. If you don't give it to us, we will move our contract to another company. And that may be from another country, may be from the same country. What they're doing is they are negotiating for the people and not for shareholders. Right?
Almost
because
they represent the people or something.
It's
a revolutionary concept.
Yeah, no, Daryl, I get you. In World War II, the US came to Australia to help defend it. Yeah, and we've never forgotten that. We've never forgotten that. Okay, we've always remembered. But it wasn't a war that we asked them to. It was that Japan attacked America and America was on our side. Like, it wasn't like we started a war like Vietnam or Iraq and then went, hey, you're our ally, come and help us. And don't get me wrong, we haven't forgotten that. That's why we have a soft spot for American people, because it was a friendship that was forged in the most dire time for us. And we haven't forgotten it. But at the same time, you can't say we haven't done anything to return that friendship. Considering how many trade deals have benefited the US, how much minerals we give to the US, the capitulation of territory, the always backing them up. Like, I'm sorry, it's invalid to say that. And even though they helped us in World War II, at a certain point, you've got to say, well, enough is enough. If you're turning into a parody of the very empires we fought against in World War II, I'm sorry. No. We can't be on the side of attacking Canada or Greenland or any of these countries. That's not what we're about. 3 words should resonate always with the Australian people when it comes to these kinds of tyrannical and oppressive governments. Lest we forget. The cost of allowing a government like this just wild into the world is horrendous, and we will be feeling it for a long time. We should never forget, ever. Anyway, sorry, I had to talk about that.
Cost is borne by us, and the companies then sell the product for the actual cost plus a markup. So you might get the same drug for $7 in Canada.
Thanks, Ember. Thanks for the tangent. Cheers. Thank you.
Yeah, no
I
worries.
deserve that. Yeah.
Canada, and it's $50 in the United States because our citizens are stuck with all the R&D costs. We didn't even hear about.
No, that's not the reason. That is not the reason. The reason why is because your pharmaceutical companies, Big Pharma, makes an absolute truckload off of the people that have to buy it. Mm-hmm. They're not stuck with the R&D costs. It's that your government doesn't act as a single buyer on behalf of its citizens. It goes, you can charge basically whatever you want. That's free market, baby, yahoo. And so they go, well, people need this thing. I think the worst case was that Shkreli guy who took over a company, that hedge fund manager took over a company and then inflated the prices by 200%. Because he could. Because he could.
Who's going to stop him? There's literally no oversight on some of this stuff. The EpiPen, I think, went up like 2,000% literally overnight.
Yeah. Whereas in Australia, our government goes, no, we're going to regulate this because it's necessary for the well-being of the people. And you might go, communism. But if you don't regulate stuff, don't be, sort of surprised when capital and corporations are absolutely giving it to you up the arse. That's what happens when you have unregulated sort of capitalism. Like, I'm not an anti-capitalist, but it has to be regulated, especially in certain fields like healthcare. You can't have healthcare being a profit-only driven industry. I mean, you can, but it's got terrible outcomes.
This for decades until recently.
Wasn't there a president who was black who was trying to do like a public option, or wasn't Biden trying to negotiate like actual cost?
Irrelevant.
He's a lie.
Hold on, is it a lie?
Yes, it's a lie. We always have known that drugs cost more in the United States. Why do you think Obama was even trying to pass the Affordable Care Act? We've always known that these things are expensive. Why do you think Biden was trying to make it so that Medicare could actually negotiate with drug providers in order to have actual ceilings on prices? We've always known this, but for some reason conservatives are just now catching up to 20 years of like, wow, isn't this kind of a bad thing?
Hold on, and this is really the story of this debate.
Conservatives kind of are just catching up to what we've known about for 20 years or more, like...
Oh, Dinesh is aware of it. He's aware of it. He's just lying.
Well, yeah.
Like, he's just lying.
Short attention span. I mean, hell, Trump supporters don't know who was president in 2020. Trump himself doesn't know who was president in 2020, apparently.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. And I mean, and yet they're taking away these benefits for people. Like, insurance premiums are about to go through the roof. And they don't care. And Trump said he has a plan for healthcare, but he hasn't unveiled it. He hasn't unveiled it in 7 years, and he keeps promising it. And that doesn't surprise me, okay? He lies about so much. That doesn't surprise me. What does surprise me is people believe it. People think he's got a health plan right around the corner that's way better than Obamacare, and the Affordable Care Act.
I mean, in fairness, there is a healthcare plan that's way better than Obamacare that we could put on the table tomorrow. We take Canada's and we go Control C, Control P, or Control V.
Well, yeah.
Like, there's one. Look.
Yeah, but there's no way they would do that. That's the thing, There is no possible way they would do that because they get lobbying from Big Pharma. It's wild.
Customarily, you shift the ground to you're taking it for granted that the drug should cost $50. And you're saying, now having ripped off the American citizen by making him pay the full R&D freight, let's now give democratically handouts to people so that they can now afford the $50, even though the price shouldn't.
Sorry?
How does he think R&D works? Like, a private corporation decides to develop a new product, whether it's a pharmaceutical or a tank or a calculator. The shareholders, the company pays that. Where is he getting this idea that the American public has to cover the R&D costs of things? What the fuck is he talking about?
I don't know. And they keep the patent for it. Some of these drugs have not changed in decades. They're still the same. Like, there's no R&D going on for them. Like, he's trying to say, hey, without the R&D, we're not going to have a good life and it's all going to collapse, all of this thing. Some of these haven't changed for years and years. So why hasn't the price come down? It's because people need them and they will pay for it if they need it. And the companies will charge an excessive amount if the government doesn't stop them. They will. And that's how you end up in this mess.
Be $50 in the first place. See, so with Trump, you go to the root of the problem, which is let's sit down these pharmaceutical guys from abroad. Let's kick their ass a little. Let's tell them, listen, guys, you can't pull the scam on me anymore. I know exactly what you're.
Yeah, and then they'll go to China. They'll go to China.
Well, pharmaceutical guys from abroad. I thought we were talking about Americans getting stuck with the R&D stuff. Are we talking about domestic pharmacy companies?
Well, no, he's trying to put across that if you go to overseas countries like Australia and Canada and all this stuff, all of these single payer benefits, these ones where the government acts as a representative, go to their agents and say, no, you are paying full cost like the American people. Stop. You are going to pay through the nose just like the American people. The problem then becomes that they go to the competitors. But he's sort of advocating for the government to step in and prevent pharmaceutical companies from making deals with overseas payers. Right? Like, that's what he's advocating for. And he's trying to suggest that if you do that, the pharmaceutical companies will have more money and therefore the prices in America will drop. And that is not going to happen. What will happen if they go in and get more money from overseas is that they will have more money for their shareholders. I have never seen a company get more income from a price being higher and going, well, we better lower the price. Because if people are prepared to pay it and nothing stops them like competition or anything like that, they will charge that full price. But what these countries are doing is basically saying, hey, we're going to negotiate. If you don't negotiate with us, we'll go to this alternative one and we'll get product from them. So it's either you or them. Which do you want? And so Dinesh is actually suggesting that the government basically controls the market. Like, the minimum cost for these drugs is this. You cannot sell to overseas companies for any less than this. Problem there is there's European countries, there's drug companies, there's Chinese drug companies, there's all kinds of drug companies all throughout the world. And if you don't go to America, you're going to go somewhere else. That's it.
Okay,
What's up?
So I just looked up Pfizer's R&D budget. Pfizer being one of the big pharma companies.
Yeah,
here in
probably
the
the biggest.
One of many, but one of the better known ones. They make the penis pills, which are by far the best selling pills ever.
Yeah.
I digress. So in 2024, they put $10 billion into R&D. Now, in 2024,
those penis pills aren't going to make themselves.
It's true.
Yeah.
Their adjusted net income, it was 17.7 billion. Now, that seems like a much larger number than the 10 billion that went into R&D, but consider this, in 2023, their net profits were 2 billion. They went from 2 billion to 17.7 billion in 1 year, because just that short a time ago, $2 billion was a massive amount of money.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. And they don't like, oh well, if we spend this research and development, we're gonna go out of business. They just, that comes off the profit. And they're not doing it because they're like, well, people need these new drugs and they need all of this stuff. They're doing it because it's profitable. They're doing it because new products that are better make them more money. Don't be confused by Dinesh's, oh, well, they're doing this all in your interest, all of this research and development. They're doing it for your benefit. Then they're not. They're doing it for their shareholders' benefit, because research and development and sort of, getting new products like Viagra is incredibly profitable for them. Like, don't be confused. They don't just go, oh, we're spending research and development because we like people and want to make them happy. And we're happy to wear the cost because, it gives us good feelings. Corporations don't work that way. If that research and development was not profitable, they would not be doing it. They would not. And as I said before, there's some drugs that have not changed at all in a vast amount of time.
Like Viagra.
Like Viagra.
You're doing, if you want this drug, you don't have to take it. You can let your people die of diabetes or whatever. But if you want this drug, the company will amortize the R&D cost.
Yeah, the problem is that other companies, and including from other countries, have different drugs in order to address the problem. And it might not be as good as the US, right? It might not be as good as the drugs from the US. But they might take it instead of charging their people an absolute fortune. That might happen.
Oh, for sure. Well, okay, so here's another. I'm going to bring these same pills out again. There's 15 of them on this little sheet. They're these tiny little pills. They're smaller than my pinky nail. The American versions, I could fit maybe 4 on this sheet. They're much, much larger pills, but it's the same dose of the same medicine. The difference in the formulation is the extra stuff. Sometimes the extra stuff is helpful. It helps process more of the chemical or whatever, but sometimes it's just inactive ingredient. I mentioned to Mark before, when I started taking this version, that I was worried about whether it would be more effective or less effective, or it, as far as I can tell, it's identically effective, which is great, because a lot of what that medicine does influences my moods and my ability to move and, important things. But we don't really know from thing to thing, because we don't know what the other ingredients are. That's one of the trade secrets, I suppose. But there's a huge difference in that extra material from country to country.
Yes. I mean, I'll use the example as ibuprofen. Like, I had this ibuprofen, usually go with a certain brand kind of thing, and I got an off brand that was probably, from Europe or something, because it was a lot cheaper just one day. And the difference was that, hey, this was sort of chalky and was a sort of a chalky pill, and the other one was like a nice smooth capsule. But would I pay twice as much to have a nice smooth capsule? Hell no. No. Forget it. Not happening. No, I'm not paying American prices. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I get that, hey, you have but it's really weird that the Republicans are like free market, free market, free market, free market, free market. And then when they want to justify people of the US getting absolutely shafted on medications that they absolutely need, they're like, no, the government should control pricing.
Right?
Make your mind up. The reason why it's cheaper in other countries is because it's a free market. And the reason why is because those governments act as a single buyer. And it gives them a lot of power over making deals. But, he goes on about Trump being the master of the deal. Why can't he take the government and make deals with the pharmaceutical industry in order to get cheap drugs? Because he doesn't know what he's doing. He has no idea.
I have an actual example I can show you. These are the same medicine.
Right.
I don't know if you can even see this one, but it's a tiny, tiny little pink pill. This is the foreign one that apparently has like no filler to it or something. But it's very, very tiny. Whereas this is the American one, which is, I mean, it's not huge, but it's gigantic compared to this other one. I can't even get them next to each other because my fingers are too big. Like, I mean, and it's the same medicine.
Yeah.
Over the price of the drug worldwide. Americans are not going to pay higher prices. Whether we do Obamacare or not is a completely separate issue. But in your usual gymnastic way, you can't answer what I said, so you pretend everybody
Wait, what do you think I
knows.
can't answer? What is it?
Yeah, so what Obamacare is supposed to do, it basically steps in and goes, okay, we're going to be a single buyer. The government's going to buy all of this for people that can't afford healthcare. So, like, if you're working in a like sort of a company and you have a small account, they're a pharmacy, they're buying off you, they're buying what a million in volume of something, right? Okay, that's a million volume. If you get a buyer come forward and say, hey, I'm prepared to buy 1 billion of this off you, you're like, oh, that's a priority customer. Of course we give you a discount for buying in volume. And that's what Obamacare is designed to do, or the Affordable Care Act is designed to do, in part, looking at those systems around the world where the government acts as a single buyer in order to make the volume so high that the company goes, well, sure. Because if they go no, you're like, well, there's always Bayer over there, or, this other company over there doing a similar product. Let's go to them. So they will actually compete, like in the way America's supposed to have competing people to lower the price so they get that massive contract, which is what you do in business. When a massive VIP customer comes forward, you'll go, hey, we can give you a discount on volume. Absolutely, we can do that for you. You've been a customer of us for years. We will give you this stuff in order that you don't go to our competitor. And that is a good thing for people, but not for the companies involved. They would rather keep them small, keep them separate, have them pay extraordinary amounts because they don't have the power to buy in bulk. And it sucks. It sucks.
Question you've asked that you don't think I can answer.
The question I'm raising is this. You started out by asking me, why is Trump so combative and he can't make a deal with Canada? And I'm giving you the answer because those people have been enjoying a rip-off scheme for 75 years.
It's not a rip-off scheme. It's simply like, how is it that when Trump extorts people for deals, that's a good thing. But when other countries and other companies and other organizations make a deal that benefits both the company in America and the people of their country, you're like, they're ripping them off. How is that? I don't understand. I don't understand. Because those companies don't have to agree to those prices. They don't. They can just say, hey, that's not high enough for us. But they don't, because there is so much power in having a group. Like, that's why we, unions work, because people in groups have more power than yourself alone. It's not rocket science. It's just good business. But that's ripping them off. Whereas Trump extorting people and threatening to invade them, that's just good business deals. Incredible. Incredible.
All of these other countries have been enjoying a rip-off scheme of the United States. Why are we outperforming all of them?
He's not fighting with all of them. He's made some
deals. Why are we outperforming all of them? Which European countries benefited so much from their one-sided, lopsided deal with the United States that they're doing so much better than us? Who's outperforming the U.S. right now worldwide? 75 years of extraction.
That is what is known as a non sequitur.
That is not a non sequitur. That is not a non sequitur. These countries are not fiscally outperforming the US. The US is the richest country in the world by a large margin. The difference is that wealth is concentrated in the 1%, like the shareholders of the major pharmaceutical companies, right? Because they're the ones benefiting from that, not the people, not the average person. They're not benefiting from that. It is the extreme rich in the US who is benefiting from that system. And that's why it keeps going. But, you know, he wants to say, oh, the US is being ripped off by these other countries. No, the people are being ripped off by the shareholders and the companies that are supposed to be providing them with healthcare. That's where the ripping off is going on. If they didn't charge as much to the American people, yeah, this is wild. This is wild.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, what is the damage? You said that they were all leeching off of us, taking advantage of a state of affairs. How?
They're taking advantage of the state of affairs. Let's just start with Europe, okay? The truth of it is not only does America pay a large portion of European defense costs, but they don't even pay their freight in NATO. They were getting away, by and large, with paying about 1% of their GDP to NATO. Under Trump, they've agreed to raise it to 5%. Now, I can see why they're pissed about that. Nobody wants to pay 5%. They'd rather have that money to spend on buying votes in their own country.
What do they even pay?
Buying votes in their own country, says the man who committed election fraud, like who did election donation fraud and was convicted for it. Are you serious? He's gotten, like I've said this before, these people have no sense of irony. They've got no sense of irony whatsoever. Holy crap.
Every standard is a double standard.
Yeah. Weren't you the one that got convicted for campaign finance violations? How can you accuse them of buying votes when you got convicted of campaign finance violations?
Yeah, it's not even a matter of like looking at Elon, who was literally buying votes.
Yes, or at least attempting to, yeah.
Republicans were doing this year. But the interlocutor himself went to prison for this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you're right, Jason. No self-awareness whatsoever. It is incredible.
Paying for it when you say 2%, 5% to NATO.
We're talking NATO is supposed to be funded by a collaborative. It's a collaboration of the United States and the major countries of Europe, and all of them are supposed to pay into the pot that bankrolls NATO. When we're fighting this war in Ukraine, who do you think's paying for all of it?
So it's investment. Well, the United States has been.
Well, actually, the EU has actually given more assistance to Ukraine than the United States has.
Considerably more. And also, his framing is off. It's the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It's not the United States and a few friends. It's the US and Canada and Iceland and Denmark, which is also Greenland, as has been noted recently. Like it's the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It's every fucking country up in here.
I will acknowledge that the countries that are part of NATO, the European countries, were under on their defense spending as part of that NATO contract. It was basically to spend 5% of their GDP on military. And I will acknowledge that some of them were under, and when they were pulled up on it, they made an agreement to lift it. Because, you know, you don't need to threaten them. You just need to say, hey, we have this agreement and you're not fulfilling it. And, of course, the rise of Russia against Ukraine has certainly motivated them for that. You know, I think they'd be perfectly happy to. It's not like they were, you know, they could have raised this at any time. It's not like they, you know, we had America going, raise it, and they're just like, nah, we like taking advantage of America. No, as soon as they said, hey, we need you to do this, they're like, no, that is fair. That's what we agreed to. We will do it. And that's the difference. You know, it's kind of like this, you know, but that is a mile away from some member of NATO threatening NATO by threatening Denmark. Like, there is a world away of that, you know, like, oh, you need to increase your defense spending. And they did. So what's your problem? They didn't drag their heels. They didn't argue against you. They didn't do any of that stuff. They just made an agreement. Yeah, okay, that's fair because we agreed to do that. Like, seriously, what the hell?
reticent to under the Republican leadership, but this is a percentage agreement that they agreed to put into their own military forces. It's not like we get that. It's not like NATO even directly gets that. And Trump is trying to separate himself from the security provider from Europe for the entirety of his presidency. But you keep saying these other countries are taking advantage of us. Has America not gotten in exchange for the security agreement with Europe, the strongest military on the planet, the ability to have so much precision that we can murder random Venezuelans in the ocean and get camera footage of it for Donald Trump and Kristi Noem to show off to the American public? Like, we have like the strongest military on the planet. We've had the strongest military on the planet. Everybody's trying to steal military secrets and everything from us, the United States. You're acting like this has been a one-sided deal.
I'm making the point that
then the sharing of information with the US. I know that the UK, after these boats off the coast of Venezuela were bombed, and I would argue that they were murdered, that the fishermen were murdered. UK basically says we're not sharing information with you about boats in the Caribbean anymore. We're not. Gulf of Mexico, no. We're not sharing it anymore because you're murdering people. So this is what, like, Dinesh wants to gloss over. The US gets an incredible amount of information from its allies that are that sort of is in the American interest, right? Like what countries, you know, the EU is really closer to the Middle East than the US is, and they give the US a ton of information about what's happening, right? So sort of you have to remember, I mean, like I said, there's Pine Gap. It is an intelligence base in Australia, on Australian soil, that belongs to America because they wanted it. So Australia gave it to them. Like you have gotten so much for almost nothing. Like World War II, which you were going to kick the crap out of the Japanese anyway. Like you have gotten a ton for so little. You just don't know about it. They'd stage drills and stuff in Darwin because the Americans can't close an entire city down in order to do military drills, like exercises and stuff. But Darwin can because there's nothing going on in Darwin. Like it's dead anyway. Like nothing's going on there. There's crocodiles and people drinking. That's about it. Just clear them off the streets. Have your military exercise through the streets. It's fine.
And a real estate agent.
What now?
There's a real estate agent. Oh fuck, I can't remember his name. He has the same name as a very famous person. It's not important, but it's a dude with the same name, and he's a real estate agent in Darwin.
Okay. All right.
It's a lore joke, but it works better if I could remember who the fuck he was.
I'll see if I can find it. I am not familiar with this. I probably should know. Oh no, I'm getting ads for real estate agents. I don't think that's going to work. I don't think that's going to work.
The Googles are listening again.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm not moving to Darwin. It's too damn hot and wet. Like seriously. But yeah, I mean, he's just sort of glossing over, oh, we do all these things for this and our allies do nothing. That is not the case, Dinesh. And you would know that if you, like, you know, none of the generals and none of the intelligence experts are going, hey, our allies do nothing for us. They're like, we're very grateful for the assistance that our allies play in helping America. Because they know what they do. You don't. Ass. No, Ned Kelly was not. Ned Kelly was a bandit who wore an iron suit kind of thing. He wasn't a real estate agent. Unless he was like settling people into graves. He wasn't a real estate agent. He was, you know, housing cash in a new location.
This is like pure sophistry here.
What did I just say? That was not true. Does America have the strongest military on the planet?
Hold on. Let me zoom into what we're actually talking about. Okay, you have Europe. You have these countries that face mutual threats from each other. For a long time, they faced a Soviet threat. They face other threats. The United States comes in.
Yeah, Pine Gap belongs to America. Yes, but I don't see American intelligence bases in the US. I mean, maybe you could tell me about them. Like, do we get shared military bases in the US? No. America would freak out if that happened. Can you imagine? Like Australians share a military base on US soil? I don't think you'd be happy with that. But we allow it because we think America is our ally. And I'd like to think the people still are, but this government certainly ain't.
Basically goes, we will pay the lion's share of your protection. Okay? Now you're asking, don't we get something out of it?
Look, nobody asked you to militarize until you were absolutely like them. Your military is bigger than the next 5 countries combined.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody asked you to do that. The reason why America does that is because it likes having what's that word? Hegemony. Why can't I say that word? Hegemony. Thank you. Wow, my brain is breaking. Yes, we get support from them, but we also support the US. Like, yeah, more than we give. Yes, our GDP isn't high enough, Daryl, but every time the US has called us into a war, we have stepped up and paid in blood. Like, Iraq had nothing to do with us. I would argue it didn't have much to do with the US either, but that had not. Afghanistan had nothing to do with us. Vietnam didn't have anything to do with us. We went because America asked its allies to. Like, come on, let's be serious here. We did not go into Timor, which was a war, and ask America to come. It didn't happen. Okay?
Of course we do, but any comments?
And look, just to be clear, I think we should be allied with the US. I think we have a lot of values in common. I'm just saying that those values are not shared by this administration. You know, fairness, justice, a fair go, you know, for everybody. Equality, you know, compassion, kindness, this kind of thing. I don't think that's shared by this administration.
Sense transactor would know that while we get something out of it, they get a lot out of it. They can afford to pay. They might not have been able to afford to pay in 1946, but they can afford to pay a lot more to their own defense. But they refuse. Don't interrupt me. But they refuse to do it because they would rather freeload off the U.S. taxpayer.
You're saying freeload. The United States has gotten to coordinate security on the entire planet almost, on our entire hemisphere as a result of this arrangement. It's benefited us. Yeah. We have the strongest economy. We've got the best trade arrangements. We've got the best intellectual property. We've got the world culture that we export from the U.S.
This is what I call, this is globaloney, okay? Because...
Did he just say globaloney?
It sounded that way, didn't it?
Entire planet almost, on our entire hemisphere as a result of this arrangement. It's benefited us. Yeah. We have the strongest economy. We've got the best trade arrangements. We've got the best intellectual property. We've got the world culture that we export from the U.S.
This is what I call, this is globaloney, okay? Because the issue...
Wait, what was pure baloney?
A transactor in any deal, okay? If a transactor in any deal is always going to think about not only what do I get out of it, I obviously going to get something out of it, but if I'm protecting you and your family, let's say, okay, I'm going to get something out of it. We're allies. You're my friend.
Yeah, but there's a big difference between being allies and being friends with people and getting, you know, good deals for that, and threatening a country with invasion in order to extort them for whatever you want. Okay, this is where Dinesh is really... I mean, Destiny could put him over a barrel right now in pointing out, hey, you threatened to invade Canada in order to force them into a deal. You threatened to invade Greenland. Like, this isn't the same as providing... This is protection racket. Nice country, shame if something happened to it.
Mm-hmm.
Which Trump actually said at Davos. He went in there and said, you know, Greenland's a great place. It'd be a shame if something happened. He literally said that. And yeah, he'll say, oh, I was talking about Russia or China getting it kind of thing. But he said that. And I honestly don't think he meant that. I think he meant it'd be a shame if we had to go in and stomp the people in there.
But then I realized that you're doing pretty well. In fact, you have a more generous welfare state than I do. And you're allowing me to pay your security costs and store your house alarm, put guards outside your house, and you are contributing little or nothing. And then
Well, the situation is that where Australia is, we're very close to one of the adversaries of the United States. So we've been compliant with all of the United States gathering of information in the South Pacific, basically, the South Pacific Sea. So I don't, you know, I don't really see it as guards outside our house. It's mutually beneficial. And, you know, And America could say, hey, it's not to our benefit to know what China's up to. Okay. Okay. But you don't want to do that. And that's fine. Davros. Davos? Davos. You're right, aren't you? I'm sorry.
Yes, Davros.
Look,
is a
I
villain.
can't pronounce anything today. I got to say, I'm going to make an excuse. Yeah. Ugh.
I go, well, I got the best IP. I got the smartest people. I got the big.
Okay, so what One by Land and Two by Sea is referring to is something called the AUKUS Treaty. It's the Australia, UK-US treaty, and it basically says that we will buy nuclear subs from the United States, and we paid a lot of money for them. However, there's a clause in there that I don't know why it's in there, that we only get the subs if America can spare them. So, we haven't seen anything from that. Nothing. Nothing. Pretty. How much is it for? Collaborative development, advanced capabilities in undersea, quantum, artificial intelligence, advanced cyber, hypersonic and counter hypersonic.
That's all buzzwords.
Yeah, it's 90 billion Australian dollars was with the French, and we broke that deal because we're idiots, apparently. Because quite frankly, I would rather be with the French at the moment. I like the French more.
Fair.
Sorry there. Sorry. And I think that was a major, incredible blunder. Just an incredible blunder. I can't find how much it was. Hang on a second. Uh, 286 billion and 386 billion over 30 years. And we may not get any submarine out of it. Which people do not like. So that is a deal that is really beneficial to the United States. Really beneficial. Just saying.
Who cares? It's not a reasonable deal.
They have
And
nothing
Trump-
to do with our welfare. I'm just curious. We redirected what, $100 billion? Trump said $300 billion. It goes up every time because he's forgetful of the last thing he said. How much money that we didn't give to Ukraine has now gone into American welfare? Oh, no, wait. The one big beautiful bill tried to cut Medicaid for tax cuts for wealthy people. So why are we trying to pretend that the Republicans are taking away from security in Europe? You said that he got a 5% commitment from NATO guarantees, that we've done less getting extorted by other countries. Okay, great.
Well,
where's all my welfare now?
You're as usual pivoting to an unrelated issue. The unrelated issue is
This is not an unrelated issue. Dinesh, every time he says something that absolutely destroys him, he's like, oh, this is unrelated. This is completely unrelated. While he goes from, Trump doing deals with Qatar to Hunter Biden laptop. Like, just somebody that isn't even in the government. Like, holy crap. The president making deals with foreign agents to somebody not even in the government, like being paid by a company for their expertise. It's wild.
is what do we do? So now, following our train of thought, if you are able to convince your friend, look, you install the alarm. I'll provide a security guard. You pay for your own protection, which benefits you the most. It benefits me. I don't want to see you harmed, but you don't want to see you harmed even more. So you pay. Now I have some more money. And when I say some more money, what I mean is that even after the Cold War, if the United States had said, we are in a different world, the Soviet threat is over, we're not going to have German battalions coming through the Fulda Gap and swarming across Europe, we're in a different situation. Our defense budget can now probably be cut in half, or in a third, to a third.
I can't believe that D'Souza's arguing for this. This is wild. Our defense budget is cut. But he's going to say, Russia's still a threat. I gotcha. But siding with them is not the way to go. Like, helping their interests is not the way to go, D'Souza. Holy crap.
And if we did that, we now have a lot of opportunities, which governments are not very wise in the way they spend money, but we can deploy them any which way we want, which is a separate debate. But the country would have enormous added resources. Just look at how much we've spent on the defense of Europe since World War II. It's a giant number. Now, what have we got?
Well, I would argue that it's not the defense of Europe that America was particularly after. It was that USSR was their major adversary, and they did it because they were protecting America. Like, let's not. This is really twisting the narrative that, hey, NATO was made to curb the aggression of Russia, and that America had no hand in this. We were just here minding our own business, and Europe just used America to protect itself. That is not how the Cold War went. Like, I'm sorry. The Cold War was really between America and the USSR. It wasn't between Germany and the USSR.
Right. So as it happens, after Dinesh said that, people suddenly became very interested in just how much the U.S. has spent. And it turns out the U.S. hasn't spent anything. Not directly. The U.S. has put money into NATO, and NATO spent money on European defense. Now, yes, it's true. The U.S. has paid the salaries of the people in the troops and so forth, but it's all through NATO, which is fascinating. So NATO's operational budget is about $14.4 billion, and the U.S. pays about 62% of that. Over the total amount of time since World War II, of course, the budgets have gone up over the years. NATO's total spending to date, as of 1 month ago, is $1.59 trillion, and the U.S. accounts for about 62% of that. So it is a tremendous amount of money, but it's interesting that Dinesh doesn't know it. He just says it's a staggering amount of money. 62% of $1.59 trillion, let's call it 1.6 trillion for easy math. Hell, let's call it 1.8 trillion for extra easy math. 2/3-ish of that gives us 1.2 trillion.
And I would argue that that part of their economic success has been that, as Daryl in the chat points out, a secure and stable Europe. Yeah, part of their success is maintaining this world trading order that has, a stable countries in which to trade with. That's the thing that they forget. It is the fact that the world has been stable and you're able to trade with these countries, is why the US has grown so successful. They understand it's in their best interest to have democratic countries that are capitalists that want to trade with them. And, when you help out other countries, they do want to trade with you, and they want to give you good deals and, provide resources to you. And it's not like the US hasn't made a ton of money off of this. Like, they really have cashed in. To sort of go, oh, but, we contributed to their defense. It's like, well, that's NATO. That's the agreement that we made. And a lot of it was because America did not want the USSR becoming too powerful. It wasn't for Europe. It was for the US. Because once you get a communist government in there that doesn't want to trade with the USA and is their enemy, you don't have that wonderful trading situation anymore, chummy. Ugh.
For it. Have we averted any great wars?
We've gotten the world's largest economy. We extract intelligent people from them via our institutions because of how easy it is for them to come and study here. We have foreign investment from these countries. These people invest a ton in U.S. treasuries because of all of the extra trade that we do.
Oh, yeah. So the Europeans take our money and invest it in our treasuries so that they can then collect interest on that. And that's how we have a $38 trillion debt. And you think it's a wonderful arrangement in which
you have a $38 trillion debt mostly because of military actions and involving yourself in wars and not taxing people properly and, really just spending money like there's no tomorrow. Like, and plus it's not, like, if you're in debt as a country, as long as you're not outweighing certain metrics, like what the company is worth or the GDP and stuff, it's not really a problem. That's the thing. And, the debt can get high. I understand that's a problem. I get it. But to blame NATO and European countries for your debt spiraling, What are you talking about? Nobody from Europe asked you to go into Iraq. In fact, they were asking you not to. Holy crap.
We give them money to then loan to us so we can then pay them the interest on that and go into the red to $38 trillion.
I'm sorry, as opposed to, what do you call a man when somebody comes up to you and they say, oh, what's your net worth? Well, you know, I have $10 in my bank account. And then another guy, you like, oh, you know, what's your net worth? What do you do? It's like, oh, I've got like a $50 million loan out. Do you think the guy with the $50 million loan is the poor one in that circumstance? The reason why we have a $38 trillion debt and the reason why our interest rates are still relatively low despite having so much debt is because so many other people want to invest in the U.S. economy. Our workers get paid more across basically every single sector. Everybody wants to come to this country to live. Like South Africa isn't begging, you know, Germany or Britain to lend. I mean, if you want like surplus export economies, you can look at places like that, like Iran, or places like North Korea, or places like the United Kingdom is an export economy right now. Like, I mean, these are not favorable places to live comparatively speaking to the standard of living of the United States.
What you say is not untrue, but
voice crack there. Yeah, what he's saying is not untrue. So it is a good place to live. Yeah, it's just the more vulnerable among the population are not being treated fairly by the people that have made a truck ton of money off of it. Like, holy crap, there's more billionaires in California. It's ridiculous. Like, it is ridiculous. And then other people's kids are starving to death. It's not right. But for him to say, hey, we've been taken advantage of, we've been doing terribly. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. There's a problem with wealth inequality. Not that the wealth doesn't exist. It's inequality that's the problem. Not, you know, America's bankrupt. No, it's fabulously wealthy. It's the wealthiest country in the world. Problem is wealth inequality, not that it doesn't, you know, that you're doing terribly.
It's not the reason that our interest rates are low. Look, Europe, first of all, with regard to Europeans coming to study in America, are you saying that Europeans would not come to study in America from the 40s to now, even though the United States is leading in technology? We have very good reasons for the Europeans to come study here.
Not when the current administration is deporting them for protesting against Israel.
Now he switches to something else.
I'm not. I'm just what the current administration. You talking about students coming to the United States to study.
Yeah, and the student enrollment rates have seen a downturn since this administration started its immigration policy. Because nobody wants to go and pay a ridiculous amount of money to study in the US and then be deported for simply having an opinion. Wow. And then Dinesh says, that's got nothing to do with it. Holy crap.
And the president is attacking all of our universities, making it harder to get student visas. I try to say, no, they wouldn't come.
You're a hit and run man, because whenever I try to stay on a point,
hit and stay man. I'm staying on the same point.
Something completely
different.
At all.
We're on the same point.
Same point. You said interest rates are low because Europeans invest a lot of money in the United States and hold a lot of our treasuries. And I think that is not even close to the seventh most important reason why interest rates are low. The real reason interest rates are low is far more insidious. And that is...
Oh, here we go. I don't think this guy's ever met a conspiracy theory that he hasn't fallen in love with at first sight. The reason why interest rates are low. Oh. No, don't get me wrong. What is his background? Does he have any kind of financial background?
I don't know.
He's listed as a commentator.
Like a month ago, but...
Like an author, filmmaker, commentator. Oh, so he's basically a shill. Yeah, got it. Got it.
Propaganda.
Holy crap. Yep. Yep. And an immigrant, by the way.
Oh, yes.
He moved to the United States as an exchange student.
Our government is constantly printing oceans of money. They have the ability to print money and dilute the money that is in your pocket. So you work hard to earn money. Your own government, as we speak, is printing money. When I came to...
Yeah, that's marginal economics, dude. What are you talking about? That is, you know... And the more that you print, the more inflation goes up, yes. But, you know, that's why the Fed doesn't want to change interest rates. I don't know what you're talking about.
The United States, I had $500 in my pocket, 1980. If I had saved that money, spent none of it, through great frugality, and if I had it now, the purchasing power of that same $500 today would be approximately $50. In other words, we save money and we practice deferred gratification. And the one thing we want is for our money to hold its value. We would rather it go up in value because we worked so hard to get it. But our government, our own government, screws us by diluting our money, because when they print money, they get to spend it, and the money in all of our pockets goes down.
So selling treasuries is not printing money. Quantitative easing or other things are different factors that you can talk about when it comes to monetary policy. But the reason why our interest rates
Talk about something that hasn't got anything to do with the subject being discussed. Anything to do with it. Like, you're talking about the US doing so much better than other countries, even though you're saying other countries have taken advantage of them and somehow screwed them out of what's theirs. And now you're on to, well, how does the finance work in America? Like, what has this got to do with what they were discussing? Because all of the other countries, that's how their monetary system works as well. This is not something that's isolated just to America. Okay, it isn't. We have a treasury. They print money. It's run by the Commonwealth. Like, what are you talking about, Dinesh? Like, talk about a non sequitur. Because all the other countries are doing that as well. That's why inflation affects other countries as well. So, wow.
are low is because a lot of people want to buy U.S. treasuries, so we can sell our debt at a very low interest. If not many people wanted to buy it, then we would raise the interest on our debt. Printing money and saying that that's magically making interest rates grow doesn't even make sense. It's not connected.
This is called, oh, it doesn't make any sense? Okay, the interest rate is the price of money, right? How difficult it is to get money is what sets the interest rate. Now, let's just assume as a thought experiment that I, right now, double the amount of money in circulation. Will the interest rate go up or down? Down, because the supply of money is vastly greater. Just go back to Economics 101.
Economics 101. If you were a German citizen and you wanted to buy a U.S. Treasury bond and it was paying 5% was the coupon rate on it, if you knew that the U.S. was going to double their money supply, why would you buy that Treasury bond for a lower interest rate? You would demand a higher interest rate on it.
You would. The reason you would buy that Treasury bond is because the German Bundesbank is tripling the amount of its own money. In other words, they're printing money too. And the United States is an abuser of the money supply, but not as...
Yeah, so you've just undermined your own point. You've just undermined your own point. If other countries are doing it, then why is America doing so well in comparison to other countries? Why is it the financial leader of the entire world? It's wild. So we're saying they're doing it too. Yeah, then this has got nothing to do with why the US has a huge debt or not. Nothing to do with it. So you've just undermined your own point. Congratulations, Dinesh. You are a self-flagellator. Congratulations. Wow.
He does that a lot.
Well, probing it, you know, worth too much is a bit of a weird statement, but yeah, the US has a lot of it has a lot of value because it is used as a standard trade currency across the world. So it has a lot of value, and it's also the petrodollars give it a lot of value as well. That all oil is bought in American dollars. It just is, and that's the way it has been. So I don't know about like too much value or whatever, but yeah, that's how it is. But you know, this completely undercuts Dinesh's idea that hey, other countries have been taking advantage of the US all this time. Because Destiny's point is, well, how if every country has been doing this, how is the US doing so well? And Dinesh is like, well, other countries are doing the same thing the US is and undermining their currency. Then yeah, then America must be getting something out of this. Petrodollars, world trade, standard currency, they get a lot out of it. And part of that is having a secure and stable world trading order.
big an abuser as other countries.
Okay, how are these countries that are taking advantage of us don't have to abuse? Shouldn't they be abusing their money supply less? They're taking advantage of us so much. Like
the reason that they're look, why was there runaway inflation of 15% per month in Argentina, and why do these interest rates and inflation?
Okay, so yeah, Argentina, because they nationalized their resources and didn't have any real way to, like, they only made one industry and they didn't have anything else to do. That was kind of self-inflicted. And then they printed money crazily and couldn't back it up. The US is not doing that. Like, it's so wild.
Rates vary so much around the world. There's more than one reason, but the primary reason is money printing. And you can see why it's very attractive for governments to print money. Here's why. If they didn't print money, let's just say we outlawed it. The US government, every time they spent money, would have to come to you, the taxpayer, and tell you, we're going to extract more $20 bills out of your wallet. And you would be like, no, if you try to do that, I'll vote against you.
Even if you don't print money, you can still sell
the government has come up with a
bonds.
beautiful scheme. Let's not consult the citizens. Let's just steal from them by secretly removing $20 bills out of their pocket, and we do this by running this thing called the money printer.
If this was so bad for the economy,
pretend it's not true. But
okay, sure. Well, let's say it's so horrible. Why does every single country on the planet have central banking?
Because central governments love money cartels. What could be better for the governments of the world than to have a cartel?
This guy's a joke. He obviously does not understand central banking and marginalized lending. He does not understand it. He's got no idea about it. He's got no idea about finance, and he's like pretending that he's an expert and there's a conspiracy out there. Like, seriously, you may argue that, hey, inflationary finance is not good and you want to go back to some other system, but you've got to present the system. You can't just say, hey, let's just, not print money. Wow.
In which they control the money.
Well, then banks couldn't lend money and keep loans open at the same time. They wouldn't be able to, because they would have to wait for all of those loans to be repaid in order to lend that money. So when you go for a home loan, they'd be like, no, Mr. Jones has got the money down the back and there's no more. We can't get any more money from the Central Reserve. So
Elon has our only 20 for this week.
So we can't give you a loan for a thing, not because you can't repay it, but because there's no money to loan you. We're done. We've only got a certain amount that we can loan, and we have to get it back and then loan it out to others. It's such an impractical system.
Dinesh thinks it's a Monopoly game where when the bank runs out, that's it. That's all there is. No more money.
I don't know. It's weird. It's weird.
Supply.
All of these governments all over the planet are engaged in this anti-democratic behavior. No citizens actually want this, and no individual countries figured out that if we don't do this, we'll be better than every other country. Wouldn't it be a lot simpler to think maybe they engage in central banking practices because that's just a better way to run an economy?
No. This shows a colossal level of naivete. But let me put it this way: the ordinary person thinks.
Yes, Destiny's the naive one.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell.
Dinesh, what the hell? What the hell? Why is he like this? He's now saying that finance and global finance and trade and all of these systems are a big conspiracy. Like, I get that the system is not perfect, but I don't think...
I mean, by conspiracy, you mean people openly and publicly decided to do it on purpose? Then yes, like the I don't know about other countries, but the United States specifically had a vote on this. For a very long time, our dollar was pegged specifically to the value of gold based on the amount of gold. If we had more gold, we could print more dollars, but that was the only time we could do it. And it kind of fucked our economy. We hit certain points and we'd be stuck until we dug more gold out of the ground. So then we moved it to silver, but eventually we just took it off of the metal entirely because we needed to facilitate growth. Now we could have, we had a big, like a presidential level election was decided primarily on this issue, whether we should get off the gold standard or not. We voted on it, weighing the pros and the cons. Going the other way, we would have had a different economic system. Like instead of our houses constantly being more and more expensive, it would have gone the other way.
Yes.
But it would have meant our savings accounts would have lost value over time. Like the economy would have worked in reverse.
Yes.
It would have worked, but nobody liked what that meant, especially the farmers. because if you take out a loan anticipating that your crops are going to sell for a certain amount, and then the value of the dollar deflates, then when you sell it, you get less and you can't repay your loan, and that's a problem.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
So
yeah, there's a whole bunch of problems, and it
decided to do this on
stagnates.
purpose.
It would have stagnated the economy. Like, he's really proposing that they go for stagnation. And, you know, look, I'm not an expert on it, but I'm damn sure Dinesh D'Souza's not either. And what he's proposing sounds ridiculous.
His expertise is he talks about Destiny being naive. And like his entire expertise is, I've been telling lies about this for decades.
That our whole system, including our banking system, works completely differently than it does. So I asked my wife the other day, if you put 1,000...
Oh, that expert. Yes, no, I mean, when I need advice on financial institutions and global markets and, you know, geopolitics, I go to my wife. My wife. Your wife told you the other day. We have hit rock bottom in credibility here, like really.
$1,000 in the bank. What happens to it? She goes, well, it's in the bank.
Yeah, and you get interest on that savings that the bank gives you. And if you get a interest rate that's higher than the inflationary rate, then you will make money. You mean that?
I go, so if you want to get it anytime, you can just go to the bank and ask for it, and they'll give you $1,000, right? And she goes, yeah, right. And I go, what if I told you that when you put the $1,000 in the bank takes the $1,000, they pluck out 1/10 of it, roughly, about $100, and they lend $900 to another guy, let's say Steve right here. But they don't actually give him the money either. They open up a checking account for $900 in his name. So now you have two guys who both think that they've got the same $900 in the bank.
Isn't that just trying to cause a run on the banks or something? Is that basically what he's doing?
Could be.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out who the fuck his wife is to be giving out expert level economic advice.
Well, he's just using her as a sounding board. In fairness, he's just saying, hey, I asked my wife this kind of thing and she said this is what should happen. He's basically using her as a sounding board for basic intuition, you know, like how it should feel that it should work. So that's different than saying, hey, she says this kind of thing.
Okay.
But it doesn't even end there. Let's say that Steve has a deposit in another bank. He goes to the other bank.
What I don't get, what I don't understand, is why Destiny is letting this absolute maniac rant about conspiracy theories, you know, when they're debating the government. It's just so crazy. Like, what is this man doing? And why has it been given a platform? He's just ranting about conspiracy theories right now.
Well, I think that's sort of the strategy. Like, there's been a couple of points where I've noticed where I would have stopped Dinesh myself.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
and I think as a general piece of advice for any debater, I'd say stop them and guide them back to the topic. And if you want extra rhetorical points, make it clear you're guiding them back to the topic, because it makes them look silly. But Destiny may be just giving him the rope and letting him run.
Maybe.
Because he seems to really like hanging himself with it.
Well,
so just let him.
Look, Amber, ordinarily I would say, hey, everyone would see this and see that Dinesh is drowning and relentlessly flailing conspiracy theories in order to save himself, because that's what it absolutely looks like. He is just throwing whatever out there because he doesn't want to talk about Trump and his rampant corruption and his excessive law breaking and stuff. And I would say everyone would look at that and see it. But I'm not so convinced anymore. That's the thing. Like, there's going to be people that look at that and go, yeah, good point. You got him there. And it's like, what? Like, what are you talking about? So I don't know. I get what you're saying. Yes, I agree. But I don't know. I feel like it has to be pointed out This has got nothing to do with the debate. This is just a rampant conspiracy theory because you want to undermine the banks for some reason. Ugh.
Let's call it Wells Fargo. He deposits his $900. What does that bank do? They take the $900, set aside $90, and loan $810 to another guy, or open up a checking account in his name. What I'm getting at is, whose $1,000 is it? And the answer is the bank, by a cartel arrangement allowed by the Federal Reserve. This would be fraud in any other area.
So it wouldn't be fraud. What you're explaining, it's called fractional reserve banking.
Yes.
It's what every country on the planet does. But then when your wife says, "Can I get that $1,000?" would you tell her no?
No, I would tell her that. I would tell her yes. I would tell her because even though the money is fictional, it has already been lent out. If you go to the bank, let's just say all of us tomorrow decide to go to the bank and collect our money, and the bank didn't have it. What would they do? Answer: phone call to the Federal Reserve, print the money. So the backstop of all of this is the unlimited.
That's not how that works.
What are we talking about?
And the Federal Reserve may say we'll reach the limit of what we can print. We're not printing any more money. Right? They're making it sound like it's just one guy, Greg, down at an office just deciding all of this stuff. That's not how it works, Dinesh. They have constraints upon how much they can actually lend out. And the idea is they're going to get the money back. And then they've got to pay the Federal Reserve for that money. Like, it's not like they just hand it out willy-nilly. That's fractional reserve.
Mm-hmm.
Ability of the federal government to prevent bank runs of the kind that occurred in the Depression.
Correct. That's why some things are called FDIC insured. So like a savings account would be an FDIC insured product by the bank. Wouldn't it be better for that $1,000 deposited into the bank instead of just rotting there collecting dust to be mobilized in the economy so that people could actually do something with it, like have a mortgage for a house or invest in a business or do...
And this is what we're talking about. If you don't print more money, they have to stop lending. And when they stop lending, you can't get a house. You can't afford a trip. You can't do all of these things. I'm sorry. It's just, yeah, that's the way it is.
Literally anything else besides sit there as termite food?
Okay, so I don't think we need to go into this because you don't even...
You brought it up! Oh my God, this is so frustrating. He brings it up, gets absolutely spanked on it because he doesn't know what he's talking about. And then he goes, we don't have to go into this. This is all just distraction. It was your distraction. My guy.
What you're talking about?
What did I just say was wrong? What did I just say? Explain to me the velocity of money. Explain to me why it's not good to have money sitting in a bank doing nothing than it is for it to be mobilized in an economy. Tell me.
Okay. No, we're not disagreeing about mobilizing the money. We're disagreeing about the mechanism of doing it and who is left holding the bag. So in the 19th century, we had no Fed. The United States became the largest economy in the world. In the 19th century, we had fractional banking. But if banks couldn't meet their obligations, they went bankrupt.
Hang on. The 19th century, I don't think America was the biggest economy in the world. It was only once the 20th century hit that it was the biggest economy in the world. What are you talking about, Dinesh?
Yeah, it wasn't even all of the 20th century. It was like Roosevelt's platform for building up the U.S. Navy was to show the rest of the world we could compete economically. Like, we were struggling to be a player at the start of the 20th century.
The UK, right? It's got to be UK. Hold it. 19th century. Yeah, Great Britain. Absolutely. No doubt about it. Great Britain was the largest economy in the world. It was only once the industrial growth in the US that, absolutely, it was Great Britain. What are you talking about, Dinesh? You're absolutely ridiculous. No, that's just wrong. Like, it was the 20th century. And that was after fractional reserve. So what the hell?
And so there was free market competition among the banks. It was to prevent that free market competition that the Fed was set up. Essentially, what the Fed decided to do...
What the year is 2025, and you want to emulate the banking system we had when there were cowboys and Indians when in the 19th, 18th century? How far back do you want to go? We live in a modern world that has modern demands for our monetary system. Why does no other country on the planet employ the obviously superior form of banking that you're talking about?
Because it is in the interest of every single... Every state has recognized for thousands of years that controlling the money supply is the key to controlling the wealth of the country. That is what, in the era of gold, what the governments used to do is take...
Thousands of years.
Yeah, apparently so.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Take the gold coin and dilute the coin. Put base metal into the coin. So the coin, which was supposed
Sorry, you're talking about counterfeiting techniques and scamming techniques from gold and silver coins?
Mhm.
to be pure gold is now only 50% gold or 30% gold. So this racket has been going on for a long time at Grand.
So do you think Trump should get rid of FDIC insurance and fractional reserve banking?
FDI insurance is a complete illusion.
So we should get rid of it and go back to the gold standard?
Not the gold standard per se, but we should go back to a free banking.
Why do I feel like he's going to promote Trump's crypto coin all of a sudden?
Oh no.
We should go to crypto. Crypto, yeah, because it's not like crypto doesn't fail all the time.
You know,
by
for
design.
a minute, it looked like we might peg our currency to the value of Bitcoin.
Right.
Because at least that was appreciating in value.
Yeah.
System, which would include Bitcoin, which would include all
Yep.
kinds of currency.
I called it. I called it.
I mean, let's just switch over to crypto then. Let's abolish the dollar and everyone use Bitcoin. Fuck it.
Holy crap. And what commodity is Bitcoin tied to? Nothing. Nothing. Not even the wealth of a country or its GDP or anything. It is tied to literally nothing. Why do I feel like that Dinesh is invested in Bitcoin? Why do I feel like that? He is slimy, so slimy.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about fake money and you support Bitcoin?
Bitcoin is not fake money.
Okay.
You think that something is fake money because, first of all, you give this rhapsody to modern technology, and when finally a form of money is created privately that cannot be inflated, that has a fixed supply, and that in fact has...
It cannot be inflated. Bitcoin has one of the wildest volatility indexes of any currency on the planet, besides maybe Zimbabwe.
Do you realize that inflating a currency and volatility have nothing to do with each other? Volatility has to do with the market's appraisal of a new product. There is extreme volatility.
Yeah, but it's incredibly volatile. Look, when you have a currency, the base currency for a country, the last thing you want is it to be volatile. Because when the prices go up against it, suddenly it's worth a ton. Then when it dips, you crash the economy because it's not worth as much versus other countries. Like, why doesn't he understand this?
Yeah, trade becomes fucking impossible if your currency's all over the damn place.
Yeah. Well, what it means is that prices for the consumer become insane because you may buy something when the price dips. When the price increases on your Bitcoin, you might be able to buy, 10 Toyotas overseas and sell them for a large amount in the US. But if you buy the Toyotas overseas and then the price is volatile, it just suddenly goes through the floor. Suddenly you're like, well, I can't sell them for the amount that I bought them for. I've got to just take that hit. I've just got to eat it. Wow, okay. Yeah, let's have a volatile currency. That sounds great. That sounds like it'll be fun. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Around all the internet companies for about 20 years.
There's no volatility around Bitcoin? You don't
There's
think
a lot of volatility around Bitcoin because the market is full of people who look at this thing, don't understand it, and go, what's this? I've never had private money. To me, a dollar bill needs to be said. It needs to stay on the bill.
So now he's just outright lying.
He just doesn't understand how any economics works.
And it's not just Bitcoin. There's a ton of cryptocurrency that has gone under or have been shown to be sort of, pyramid schemes or really fraudulent ways of doing currency. There is massive problems in the crypto environment. Now, I'm not saying all of them are bad, but what I'm saying is that Bitcoin seems to be tied to just consumer feeling. That's all. It's not tied to how well a country's going. It's not tied to the price of gold. It's not tied to the price of oil. It's not tied to anything. So when it crashes and people start to sell it, it just crashes. And that just people's feeling is a really, really, really bad thing to tie your currency to. It's very bad. So, wow. All right. Well, maybe it'll be fantastic. I don't know. Holy crap.
Backed up with the full faith of the US government. Otherwise, it's not money. So this is an ancient way to think. And something like Bitcoin confuses you because it's new.
But so to be clear, it doesn't confuse me. It just doesn't, it makes it so a country loses complete and total control of their monetary
exactly,
system.
and that's why you oppose it, because you are a statist and you want your government to
No, I
control
oppose
the
it because
money
I took
supply.
econ.
Said that a state has to have control of its own monetary supply or it's vulnerable.
So we're talking about taking control of the money supply away from the government so they can regulate it so the people aren't, you know, completely impoverished, or there's some sort of fiscal control over your own currency that country issues, and instead giving it to a handful of people who happen to own all the currency. Just private people. What the fuck? Are you insane? Is this man insane?
I think
is this man insane?
He's part of a group that kind of is insane, because, like, what happens if Dinesh gets his way, Trump gets his way, and Republican policies continue for another, I don't know, 3 years, and Elon and Jeff Bezos split all the money? Like, congratulations, you have all the money.
Yeah, you've
What are the
won.
rest
Congratulations.
Well, we're gonna just ignore that money and use something else, because we have to get our bread and eggs and so forth, you know?
Right. We'll probably barter for shit. We'll probably barter for crap. You know, if you want to watch me on YouTube, you've got to send me an egg and half a lettuce. You know what I mean? Like, this is what's going to happen. And it's just impractical. And then someone will go, hey, let's stop using this system. It sucks. And then that system will crash. Like, but I don't, this is ridiculous. Because, like,
I mean, once Elon has all the money, then good for him, I guess. But now it's completely useless and it becomes completely valueless.
What I would like to ask Dinesh D'Souza right now is, have you invested in Bitcoin or any cryptocurrency? That is what I'd like to ask. Because if he has, then he's got a vested interest in people needing that currency, because that's all its worth is based upon. Whether people want that currency or not, that's all its worth is based on. And he would make a lot of money as an investor if that became the standard currency instead of the dollar. A shitload of money.
It's true.
In high school, and I realized that there's a value to a country being able to control their currency.
What is that value?
Well, in times of great economic depression, sometimes it's nice to be able to inflate your currency a little more, because that's a preferential state of affairs than half the country going unemployed, or like we did during the Great Depression. Or at other times, it might be nice to pull back on your currency if you want to deflate a market that might be running a little bit too hot, like the run up to the 2008 housing crisis.
So I reject this whole.
And you stand in opposition to central banking across the entire planet.
No, this is a whole Keynesian understanding that is itself has all these embedded false assumptions. The false assumptions are that you've got this thing called, quote, the money supply. That the money supply is kind of like a something that can be regulated with a faucet.
It kind of can be, actually.
Yeah.
What interest rates do.
Literally. Because, like, you can't pull it back. You can scoop some of it up, but you can't pull it back into the faucet.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So it very much is like that.
Yeah.
Turn it up, you turn it down. This was Keynes' justification in the 1930s for an unlimited welfare state. Keynes was very explicit about his motives. He's very explicit about what he was trying to do. Frankly, he was not even an economist. But nevertheless, he advanced this theory, which has been regurgitated to economic students for almost a century now. All I'm saying is that money is valid. No money has intrinsic value. The $20 bill.
So Keynesian economics basically said that active government intervention rather than self-correcting markets is necessary to manage economic downturns. I don't think there's anything really contentious about that. That changing the fiscal policies of a government can help manage economic downturn better than corporations. Because corporations, there's only one way to deal with economic downturn. And that's you get rid of staff. You fire people. That's how you deal with economic downturn in a corporation. It's the only way to. You reduce expenditure. And the large chunk of that expenditure is labor. I don't know an economist that would disagree with that.
Right.
And so
Kinsey, he wasn't coming up with new theory. He was just articulating the best understandings of the totality of economists at the time. Remember, this was like at the onset of the Great Depression, when the economists were getting together and saying, governments, you have to do something about this because unregulated markets are what caused this.
Correct. Unregulated markets is always what caused it. The housing crash was unregulated markets. I mean, there are regulations, they were just ignoring them. You know, this is the problem. You've got to have some counter-cyclical, you know, because the market goes up and down, you've got to have some kind of control over that cycle, or else you're in big trouble and do not have a stable economy. Dinesh is just saying, let's have an unstable currency, just completely unstable. Woohoo! Well, when that market dips, companies are going to go, oh shit, we can't afford all of these Bitcoins. Let's just fire staff. That's always how they deal with it. Trim the fat and keep on going. And then if enough companies do that, you get a recession. And if that continues, you get a depression. And somehow you've got to step in, and there's counter-cyclical things you can do. The government can employ people. That's counter-cyclical. It can have certain certain products and things it can do to restart the economy, to keep that running. Stimulus packages, things like that, right? So you pay a stimulus package to an industry, it keeps employing people, and you get yourself out of that cycle. But it's got to be able to do something, and that money's got to come from somewhere.
Has no intrinsic value either. So if you say Bitcoin doesn't have intrinsic value, neither does a $20 bill. By the way, neither does gold if you don't count earrings.
But no, like the currency of a country is kind of backed by the GDP and the wealth of that country, right? So when we're saying, hey, here is a $100 bill, it's like the United States saying, hey, this bill is backed by the United States. The state basically is backing it. It's saying, hey, the US is good for this $100. So it's not nothing. But Bitcoin isn't backed. Like, a country doesn't go, hey, we're tying this Bitcoin to our GDP or whatever. Or how much, you know, our development is worth in our country. So if we owe you millions of dollars, we will have to sell off property that the country owns and then reimburse you. It's guaranteed by the country.
And ornaments.
To be clear, the dollar has value because the U.S. government accepts it as payment for taxes. Nobody has to accept Bitcoin as payment.
Exactly. So whoop-de-doo, I take my Bitcoin, I change it to U.S. dollars, and I pay my taxes.
Fair enough.
If somebody's willing to buy it from you, yes. But you can't pay your U.S. taxes or U.S. debt obligations in Bitcoin.
So
Dinesh and Stephen, we do have about 15 minutes left, just so you guys know. And I thought maybe we should touch on Trump and political violence.
Good thing. Maybe. We're way off topic. And can you stand another 15 minutes of this guy? Or either. I mean, I don't...
Talk about Trump on the Trump debate.
Yeah, maybe we should talk about Trump on the... Well, in fairness, the proposition was battle for the capital, which I don't exactly know what that means. That sounds like something Dinesh has... like he has demanded, because he doesn't want to just talk about Trump, and he wants to implicate Biden and talk about Democrats and, you know, do the whataboutism thing.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems evocative of the January 6th riot, but at the same time, like, you could make a case that if you're talking about the other kind of capital, that it's economics.
No, that's true. But it's not spelt the same, so
no,
it doesn't count.
But Republicans can't spell. I mean...
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
If you feel like it.
Well, we actually haven't talked about the topic of our debate, which I took to be...
Whose fault is that, Dinesh? Whose fault is that? Destiny's been talking about debate. Let's find out what he thinks he means by battle for the capital. Okay, let's find out what fantasy Dinesh has got.
Whether
Place
Trump
your bets.
Yeah, okay.
on net is a good thing or a bad thing for America. And so I'd like to say a word about why I think a little bit about Trump, the man, and a little bit about what I think he's done for the country. And then maybe you can say the same, and we can kind of get to the heart of what we're talking about.
Have a
So
debate.
to me,
Have a debate on the merits of Trump. Yeah, that'd be nice.
2 hours and 11 minutes, and they're getting around to doing opening statements. I love it.
But like, looking in hindsight, I mean, the labour statistics recently came out, and they are atrocious. Unemployment's up. Of course it is, because when you start to tariff things, that's what happens. Farmers are doing badly. There is so much wrong with what Trump has done. And, like, oh, boy. It's wild that this man wants to defend somebody that's actively breaking the law by not releasing the Epstein files. And that his followers just don't care, which is wild to me. Wild.
I mean,
Trump's first.
They sign up for him not releasing things, his tax returns, his healthcare plan, his wall, apparent, whatever, like everything he promises. He hasn't followed through on anything except murdering people in the streets.
That's fair.
But they're done with
That's
it.
Fair.
So,
I don't know what the sentiment in the US is like. I still see people who to the hilt will defend him as if he's God's gift to America. So I don't even know what to think. I am astounded that, like, I think Trump derangement syndrome would be people that still follow Trump after all that he's done.
Precisely.
They must be out of their fucking minds.
Well, that's actually how that happened. It's the same sort of projection that we've been seeing from Dinesh this entire night. Is, even Fox News hosts have been noticing that shit is fucking crazy. And a host on I don't know if it was like their morning show or the roundtable show or whatever the fuck show, but one of their hosts was talking about what the fuck was it? Was one of the damn trials, and one of the hosts was trying to defend Trump, and the other host goes, "That's fucking deranged." Well, he didn't say fucking, obviously, but he was like, that's deranged, as in this is indefensible, and yet here you are trying to defend him. And the host goes, right, all these liberals are deranged. How can anyone be against our great leader? Like, they just immediately turned, understanding that they were developing a level of derangement, they immediately turned it into projection.
Term was very positive for the most part, but kind of blasé. He was stopped in his tracks by 2 years of Russia collusion hoax, but he got a lot of things done.
What was a hoax about? People were prosecuted. People were convicted for working with Russia. Like, Destiny brought up earlier Manafort that was convicted for taking bribes from Russia. Like, what the hell? That wasn't a hoax. I mean, he's just repeating Trump talking points. Like, just absolutely repeating their talking points. Yeah. Holy crap.
And the economy was in better shape, manifestly pre-COVID, in March of 2020, leading up to the election. Quite frankly, had it not been for COVID, I don't even think election fraud could have helped Joe Biden. But Trump was hit by this, was sideswiped by COVID. And that's a fact. Jane Fonda basically said COVID is God's...
It wasn't that he was hit by COVID. Nobody voted against him because they were hit by COVID. It was his response to it. It was his response. It was his lack of actually doing anything. He stood up there and said it'd be gone in a week. And he was wrong. In some cases, dead wrong. And I mean that very literally.
Over 1 million of us died.
Yes.
New Zealand. How long were they in lockdown? What was their death rate?
A few weeks, I think. A few weeks,
yeah.
I think.
So, like, a coordinated national response could have put a comprehensive end to it. We did the opposite. We were aggressively, it's your right to not wear a mask, and you're protected by the blood of Jesus and all this and that. And we were storing bodies in refrigerated trailers because we were producing corpses so fucking fast.
Yes. And idiots were going down with their guns to force their state and local governments not to make them wear masks. That's how crazy they are. I will actively fight against my own best interests because it's the government that told me that this is in my best interests. You can be more critical than that. You can go, is this actually in my best interests or not? Not just the government said something, it's got to be wrong. It has to be because it was a Democrat that said it. That's the problem. Ugh. Okay, but yeah, thanks, Dinesh. Thanks for that.
Gift to the left. So if you can't see the truth of that, I don't know what to say to you.
Holy crap. Holy crap. Do you know why Biden, who also went through the pandemic, wasn't lambasted for his actions on it? Because he fucking did something. You idiot.
Years of Biden were essentially the years of taking the American bus and driving it straight to the cliff. In foreign policy, with the Afghan disgrace, in domestic...
That was actually Trump's policy to withdraw. Biden just executed it. He's the one that said we'd be out by this time. And I don't like what Biden did, but, you know, you can't say that was his policy. It was Trump policy to withdraw by a certain time.
Policy, inflation goes to the highest level that it was going. You have to go back to the 70s to the open.
Oh, but inflation's higher today. Isn't that funny? Now, watch as he blames the Biden economy for it. You know, a year in, it's still the Biden economy. It's fucking ridiculous.
Era to find inflation rates of 9%. Biden achieved that. And an open, porous border, which is actually inviting, not only inviting, helping caravans of people coming from thousands of miles away. No vetting. Doesn't matter if you're a criminal.
The caravan that didn't eventuate and didn't actually exist. Yeah.
He's not just making shit up. He's recalling shit that was made up and shown to be a fucking pipe dream.
Yeah. And look, Biden, it can be argued that Biden went, his immigration policy was too open. That could be argued. I would probably make the argument that considering America lost over 1 million people to COVID, he was trying to replenish the labor supply in the country, and that getting more people in to increase the amount of jobs filled is probably a good idea. He may have, you know, it may have been too lax. That could be argued, sure, but I don't think inherently it was a bad idea. I think that sort of he was trying to restart the economy after it had been pretty shut down. Right? There was going to be a hangover from COVID. And the fact that it happened in every country, not just America, like everybody suffered from high inflation, shows that it wasn't what Biden did. It was an after effect of closing everything and trying to stimulate the economy with the government for such an extended period of time. Yeah. Now, is it opportunism that has prices still going up? I think so. I think it's, you know, corporations have gone, hey, we can charge this. And I think it's time to bring it back down to ground level. But sort of just saying, oh, Biden did this and, you know, he's with the worst inflation. Yeah, till now. Inflation is out of control, even more so. But only one person is going, yeah, we stopped inflation. It's not happening anymore. Trump said that.
How we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, and all of a sudden inflation starts dropping, and then we change administrations and stop doing that, and all of a sudden inflation is out of fucking control again.
But the difference is that the government is telling you that there is no inflation. It's stopped completely, which is
the trains
wild.
Are running on time. The fact that it's 6:20 and the 4:30 train still hasn't shown up means your watch is off.
Right. Don't believe your lying eyes or your lying ears. Just believe dear leader. Yep.
There were foreign governments that emptied the jails and boasted about it. And all these thugs, criminals, bad guys, terrorists are now in this country. I think if we had kept going in this way, it's hard to see how the country would survive a whole lot more of this. So Trump's great achievement was to...
He's not entirely wrong. There are, as it turns out, a lot of terrorists in this country. Depending who it is, depends on which side you're on. Like, if you go by the classical definition of terrorist, a person using violence and intimidation to affect a political goal, then that would be Trump's new private army. If you go by the modern American version, it's anyone who opposes the regime. But either way, there's a whole lot more terrorists in the country now.
Well, I've got a question for you, Ember. If you don't like a law and you take your guns down to the, the Capitol Hill or the Parliament or whatever, I don't know what you have, town halls or whatever, and threaten your elected officials with your guns and basically go, we've got guns and we don't like these masks, isn't that terrorism?
I think that would technically be insurrection.
Okay, just checking.
come in and stop this dead in its tracks. The border is secure. You probably not only heard, but some of you may have bought into all the embellishment, all the rhetorical ballet. We need comprehensive immigration reform. There's no other way to secure the border. You heard all of this. You might have said it yourself. It's untrue. And Trump has just proved it to be untrue. But
I don't know
just
if he's
declaring there's no more immigrant. No one's crossing the border. And yet you can find a live feed of the border crossing at San Diego right now. Or Laredo. I don't know if there's a live feed of that, but I'm sure you can find, like, there's traffic going across the border. It's not completely sealed. Trump is just declaring things that aren't true.
Mm-hmm. And even if he did, you know, there's footage that it's still happening. Gotcha. Yeah, but even if he did stop all illegal immigration, he's also stopped legal immigration. People with skills coming to your country so you can use them for the benefit of your country, right? Like Indian engineers and doctors from Cuba and all those people with actual skills that benefit you, you've stopped them as well. And you've stopped tourists from coming to the country. Congratulations, you've just destroyed your tourism industry. Las Vegas at the moment is crying out for people to visit from Canada, all of those snowbirds, as they call themselves, that go south for the winter, basically. They're not doing it anymore. And your economy is taking a massive hit from it because no one wants to go to a country where they're going to end up in a prison in El Salvador. Nobody wants that.
Mm-hmm. And I can't blame them.
By just showing you can't get in. However, we have somewhere between 8...
And might I add that he's also stopped legal immigration. And this guy is an immigrant.
Mm-hmm.
He legally came to the country. And there was a path for citizenship for him. But he's saying, no, close the door behind me. I'm not accepting any more brown people. We're full of brown people. Do you think that the Trump administration, who also say that people who got citizenship status, you know, those brown people that got citizenship status, aren't real Americans, do you think they're going to stop after they've deported all of the illegal immigrants? Do you think they're not going to go, well, you weren't born in America? Like, what does Dinesh think is going to happen here?
I don't know that he thought.
Yeah, obviously. Because I don't think they want you in this country, Dinesh. They're just happy to use you because you're on script at the moment. And, you know, like the bootlicker he is, he'll say anything for his master. But when the master gets tired and does not need you anymore, they do not keep you round, Dinesh. You're probably going back to India, would be my opinion.
Maybe 10 million illegals who are already here. What do you do with them? Trump is doing the most humane thing he could do. If it were me, I would ask. I
would love for him to drive through like Minneapolis. Like just drive through there and see if he gets stopped by ICE.
Yep.
Where are your rights then, Dinesh? Where are your you know, freedom and stuff then?
Yeah,
it's only. Sorry, go ahead.
If he manages to not get shot, he'll find himself in CCOP before he can reach for his passport.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, it's always fine when it's happening to other people.
All 8 to 10 million to leave. I recognize that certain things are a fait accompli. You might have Americans who came 20 years ago and they've had kids here. They're embedded in our society. I'm willing to be prudent about the issue in some way.
Trump isn't. He's deporting them as well.
And the kids.
And the kids. Locking the kids up. What did they do?
But I don't see any reason why people who essentially came across the border in the last 4 years under Biden as part of a cynical scheme to create future Democratic voters, why those people should not be asked to leave now. So I would go much further than Trump and try to get these people to self-deport. If they would not deport, I would try to think of sensible, pragmatic ways to get them out. But they have broken the law. And
how many rights of the Constitution do you want to violate, and how many people need to die before you go, hey, this is not worth it? Like, seriously. How many people? Oh, this is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
they need to pay a price.
And let's face it, I don't think ICE is about deporting. I don't think that is really what they are doing. I think they are terrorizing the citizens of these cities so they will not resist what is happening in the federal government. That's my opinion, right? Like, I don't think they really, you know, they're bigoted and they'll deport people, but I think that is not the end goal. The end goal is to make people scared and afraid and reluctant to oppose whatever they're doing. That's what I think their end goal is.
Price for it. Now, on the foreign policy front, Trump's view is really simple. I'm not going to get involved in expensive foreign wars, but there are many bad guys in the world, and I will not hesitate to pulverize them. This applies to Soleimani. It applies to Baghdadi. If I have one criticism of Trump, I think he didn't go far enough with Iran. I think that Israel was pretty close to toppling the Iranian regime. That would have been excellent regime change. Many people who think...
How? Because they bombed Iran? Bombing a country...
2 generals.
That does not change the regime. How many people do you think are part of this regime? It's not 3 people in a shed, Dinesh. It's an entire structure. You have to take down the entire government. What?
And
wow.
Also remember, Iran ended up with its current system because the United States engaged in regime change.
Regime change, yeah. Yeah.
Regime change doesn't work. Don't realize that you're operating off basically 2 examples, Iraq and maybe Afghanistan, where it actually worked for a while, but was handled very badly in the overall. But regime change, if you look at the examples of the last 100 years, has mostly worked.
Like where? Like where, Dinesh? Like where?
Where?
Like where?
Yeah, I'm glad he's willing to own the fact that W's wars were handled very badly. The Republicans are shit at this and should not be given power.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
that's true.
But where has regime change worked exactly? Because, you know, like you can point to even Iraq. The Americans put Saddam Hussein there. They put him there. He was a CIA operative. He was trained by... It didn't work the first time when they put him there because he was a vicious dictator, but they thought he was more amenable to America than the options. And then it didn't work when they changed it either. It created a power vacuum that ISIS stepped into. Like, seriously, it didn't... Where are these regime changes that have worked? I really want to know. I really want to know.
And work for the better. And I think it would work for the better in Venezuela. I think it would work for the better in Iran. And I think Trump stopped it in Iran, which I oppose. I think he is trying to get rid of Maduro in Venezuela. My wife is Venezuelan. Pretty much any living Venezuelan who's outside of Venezuela will tell you they fled the country. Maduro is a one-party dictator. The reason...
Yeah, so let's put the vice president in, who's also a one-party dictator, and maybe even worse. But she's more amenable to the US, and Trump can threaten her too. Like, seriously, if you wanted to change the regime, what you would do is support the person who was democratically elected in Venezuela that is basically living as an exile because they were not acknowledged their win by the Maduro government. But no, what does he do? He takes her Nobel Peace Prize, which is just hilarious. You know, like, oh, I'm going to take your Nobel Peace Prize. You're going to give it to me. And she's hoping that Trump... He hasn't done anything for her. She thinks that he's going to help her overthrow this tyrannical government. He doesn't give a shit. He just wants companies in there. That's it. Somebody else's Nobel Peace Prize. Wow.
Maduro loves Democrats is because he sees them as his allies. The question of displacing him under Biden never even arose. But I think his days are numbered, as Trump says. Trump will probably get him out. And then you look at the economic front.
Is that Maduro he's talking about?
Yes, yes.
So this was before
the abduction.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, Trump got him out, and then his vice president took over. And the regime's still there. It's just missing the president. Congratulations, Dinesh. Yeah, Trump really won on that one, didn't he? Wow. Like, watching this after all this takes place, and I must remind you, this was only like from fucking a month ago. This is how much damage the guy does in, like, he should be in the Guinness Book of Records for the most amount of damage done in the world in the shortest amount of time. He's got to be a contender, right? Like, seriously. Holy crap.
And Trump is doing two things. One is he is creating a kind of, he's essentially unleashing American energy. American energy, the United States, as it turns out, has giant energy resources, probably more than enough for the next 100 years. Our main obstacle is we just don't go get it. And all kinds
Probably.
Do you mean the resources in other countries? We have vast resources. We just don't go and get it. I don't think he's talking about, oh, well, in our waters in the Gulf of Mexico, we can mine for more oil and stuff like that. I don't think he's talking about that. I think he's talking about, hey, you know, Venezuela has all this oil. Why don't we just go and get it because it's ours? What the hell? Are you wow.
the reasons, environmental reasons. Obviously, people who are in the business have reasons to block it. Trump's point is, why don't we unleash energy? And so if we unleash energy, we unleash AI, we unleash robotics, we are looking at a potential era of abundance. By the way, Bitcoin is a big part of that. So Trump...
Oh, 100% this man has invested in Bitcoin. 100%. Buy my DVDs is very real with this man. I can tell you right now.
Probably AI too.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, AI hasn't been the insane game changer it was kind of promised to be. It has these limitations that they haven't been able to overcome. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But it still is a market that you're sort of betting on it taking off a lot more than it has. And I'm not sure that that will eventuate. It may do. It may not. But, you know... Ugh. Yeah, no, I agree with one by land. Yeah, literally. Sunlight, wind. Yeah. Like, yes, America has got tons of resources. It's just that the people who, you know, provide fossil fuels have no interest in undermining their own businesses in order to claim these resources. I mean, Australia, it is criminal we don't do more solar. The one thing Australia has more than anywhere else is shortwave radiation. Like, seriously, we cook under the sun and we're not doing solar. It is criminal. He means Anwar, Texas fracking. Yeah, that's true, but it is funny to suggest it meant other countries. That is really funny.
Oh, yes.
Turning the levers of creating massive abundance in the United States. It may...
Is he just filibustering? I feel like he's been going for like 45 minutes. God damn it, D'Souza. Seriously? No,
even be that some of our problems like the debt can be washed away in this abundance. You don't have to scrounge on Social Security. You don't have to screw the Gen Zs or screw the boomers. We will actually have the wealth to do this. Do you know that the Biden people were basically blocking AI under the pretext that we'll only allow it if we control it? This is what the Biden people...
No, it's dangerous. There are scenarios that are incredibly dangerous, that are an existential threat for humanity. They're not doing it because they want to control it. They're doing it because it's quite possibly the most dangerous technology that we've come up with. And I am including chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons in that. Wow, D'Souza, what the hell?
People were telling the high-tech guys, we'll only play ball with you if you basically turn over the levers to us. Otherwise, we're not going to allow it. So what we're seeing under Trump, I think, is something that's quite epical. It might take us years to be able to look and see what was unleashed. It's kind of like in the 1980s under Reagan. We could see something big was happening. Microsoft was starting. I ran into a conference. There was Michael Dell. The tech revolution was getting going. And it...
Yeah. So, you know, when we discovered nuclear weapons, we should have just unleashed them and, you know... The Cold War was a great thing, wasn't it? That was just a lot of fun, yeah? That was awesome time for everybody. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good one, Dinesh. That's ridiculous, man. Like, yeah, let's get into an AI arms race. That sounds prudent. We've not learnt anything in the last 50 years at all, have we?
Well, he's just saying how the 50 years ago, the 1980s, almost 50 years ago, was the best time ever when Reagan was doing Iran-Contra and things.
Yeah, and trickle-down economics and stuff.
It's done a lot for the world. So my case for Trump is that this guy, being transactional, actually understands very well how the world works, is not unwilling to use U.S. muscle in trade deals or in the leverage of foreign policy power. And the best that his critics have are these kind of whiny, let's go back to the Mar-a-Lago case and look at it in excruciating detail because we really could have gotten him then. This is a pathetic way to go after a guy.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back from the last thing you mentioned to the first. So what is
Yeah, he's just filibustering. You're an idiot, D'Souza.
Trump trying to do with tariffs?
What Trump is trying to do with tariffs is this. The United States sells stuff abroad, and other countries, India, Australia, many others, place giant tariffs on those products. Sometimes
what is Trump trying to do with the tariffs?
Trump is trying to do two things. One is he's trying to use.
Actually, the US sells us way less than what we buy from the US. So if you follow Trump's logic, we're actually giving the US more money than we're taking. So I don't know why I brought up Australia, because that's a really bad example. And there's no tariffs. We've got a free trade agreement with the US, which means that we don't tariff them. And even when we were tariffed, the government didn't tariff the US back. And the reason why was because we have a trade surplus, we buy more stuff. It would have been more expensive for our consumers. Because our government understands how the fuck tariffs work.
The tariffs as a form of strong arming or arm wrestling, basically saying, I will.
No, strong arming's the correct term. It's strong arming, yes.
Arm wrestling.
Arm wrestling.
Another thing Dinesh has never done in his life.
Yeah, nice non-save there, Dinesh.
I will put tariffs on you, and I will only take them off if you take off yours.
Then why does he keep changing that to countries like China?
Okay, so be aware that this has actually not even been seriously attempted before.
Because
Our
it's illegal.
governments were
It's illegal.
It's not illegal.
The president can't. Do you think the president of the United States is allowed to do unilateral econ policy?
The president of the United States has a lot of economic levers that he can use.
In times of national crises.
Exactly.
Our debt is not a national crisis. If it was, Trump would be even worse for it. But
well,
so we have no trade deals.
I think that $38 trillion of debt. I think that a stagnating economy. I think that
then why did you say that the first Trump term was a good one? He added to the debt more than he needed to, right?
He added to the debt, which you'd have to put into the negative column. I mean, all presidents have added to the debt. Just look at the essentially one out of every, I think, $4 in the country today was generated starting in 2020.
Sure, Trump is continuing to add to it even more.
Yes,
right? Trump won't have a single budget surplus by the end of his presidential term, right?
Look, you should be happy with him for this. Trump is, in fact...
No, he won't have a budget surplus by the end of his 4-year term, right?
Trump is a big spender when it comes to spending money. He's more like a Democrat in that regard.
Well, no, because Republicans have been the big spenders, right? Isn't a Democrat the last one with a budget surplus? Clinton?
Can we
not agree on basic facts here?
Clinton was...
Right?
Come on.
Wasn't Bush the Republican, the one that started all of the foreign wars?
The Clinton surplus was 100% the result of a peace dividend created by the collapse of the Soviet Union.
A surplus is a surplus.
A surplus is a surplus, but
okay.
This
I
is
thought
like,
Donald Trump, you said collapse of the Soviet Union. Doesn't Donald Trump have like 9 country wars that he's ended? So we should have tons of surplus then, right?
Yeah.
Right? Do you agree, you acknowledge that by the end of Trump's 4 years, we will not be at a budget surplus, right?
I agree.
Okay, so then the debt talking point
you're
is
missing the
worthless.
argument I made.
You just said he might solve the $30 trillion of debt, and now you're saying it's not going to take away from the budget deficit.
Well, you weren't listening to me. What I was saying was one way to solve the debt is to start paying it off. That's a very painful way when you consider that not only the vast majority of our budget is currently in entitlements, but those entitlements are scheduled to increase dramatically. So this is a painful way to do it. You can see...
Yeah, well, not spending so much on ICE and, I don't know, bailing out other countries and stuff might be a good way to save some money. But he's taking it from things like healthcare. You know, reducing the military. If he said, hey, we're funding all of these countries and protecting them, and we want to reduce our military because we want to reduce our spending in order to pay off some of the budget, he could do that, but he's not. He's increasing the budget. He's added to it. And most of it, he's added to it to provide tax cuts for people that are already incredibly rich.
Why our congressmen and senators in both parties don't want to do that.
Well, but the person who hurt paying it off the most was Trump with the tax cuts. And they did it this year when they solidified the tax cuts, didn't they?
The very best way to pay off the debt is to enlarge the economic pie.
Which he's shrinking more than he should be. It should be growing faster, but the tariffs have hurt it.
And what I was saying...
why did they solidify the tax cuts?
I was saying that the combined effect, in my opinion, of energy unleashing, AI, and robotics, the United States has been growing at a rate of somewhere around 1 to 2% for now decades. It was growing at 3 to 4% in the middle of the last century. If we can create growth rates of 5, 6, 9%, which are entirely in the realm of possibility.
Not when you hurt your trade relationship with every other country on the planet like we've done with the tariffs. You acknowledge, for instance, when Trump held up the tariff sign, that all those numbers were a lie, right? None of those tariffs were accurate for any other country, right? Can you at least acknowledge that simple basic fact that all...
Yeah.
We have to tariff the damn penguins. Oh, goodness. No,
And
we actually could balance our budget relatively easily. We could stop doing things like sending $40 billion to Argentina, for example. It's a drop in the bucket compared to the deficit that we've racked up over many, many decades, but it's better than spending more. We could cut down on the aid to Israel, at least as far as military stuff goes. We could ease up our involvement in, policing the entire fucking world by having military bases everywhere. In fact, we could cut our military budget by literally half and still be outspending Russia and China together.
Yeah.
Holy shit. We could do a comprehensive criminal justice system reform and stop having more prisoners than every other country in the world combined. For instance, that would, it's a big chunk of our federal budget too, as well as many state budgets, having so many fucking prisons, taking care of so many fucking prisoners who are not productive parts of the economy because they're prisoners. Just a few off the top of my head examples.
No, that's great. No, that's fantastic. That's more than Trump has. So,
that Trump were a lie. They used a math formula.
What is not a lie? What is not a lie?
But was that a lie though?
What is not
Wasn't
a lie?
that a lie?
What is not
Wasn't
a lie?
that a lie though? When he held up the sign, didn't he lie to the American public, to you and me and everybody else in here and the entire world when he said these are the tariffs that every other country has on us? That was a lie, right?
Well, it was a negotiating tactic.
It was a lie to negotiate.
It's a negotiating tactic. Look.
Wow. So you lie in your negotiation with another company. You get found out. They're pissed off because you're basically outright lying about stuff. And you go, oh, it's a negotiation. That's a bad negotiation tactic. You know what it says to the other person? You're negotiating in bad faith. You're not trying to come to an agreement. You are just lying your ass off in order to get something for yourself. And you start to destroy your relationship with them. Like, this is the thing. If you're running a company and you go, oh, we're going to charge this amount for it, and then you put a whole bunch of hidden fees in, is that person going to be happy with you or upset with you? They're going to be upset. And, you're lying to them. What is wrong with these people? Wow.
But it was a lie then. We can at least, it was a lie to negotiate. It was a lie, right?
Trump
Who was he negotiating with? The Fox News ratings?
No.
His YouTube views? It was a lie.
Are you saying that if
I'm saying it was a lie. I'm saying those numbers were a lie.
And it was a bad lie because you've got to know that economists and people that deal with trade policy in other countries are gonna look at it. Like, why lie to them? They're gonna find you out. Like, do you think they're just gonna believe, oh, this is straight up, this is standard policy practice? Of course not. Like, seriously, how dumb does he think everybody is? He thinks that everybody outside of America doesn't have a brain or something. Holy crap.
I'm saying if I'm negotiating with you.
Yeah, and you lied to me. I would negotiate with you. But those numbers were a lie, right?
If I'm negotiating with you and an NPR reporter comes to me and asks me something and I say, this is going to be the result, I'm actually speaking to you, but if I were to tell the NPR, oh, guess what? Let me give you my actual negotiating position, okay? Because you can then put it on NPR and the Chinese will figure it out by tomorrow morning. I
think I would probably use the massive governmental apparatus I have to negotiate to do that because that seems like a more
No,
appropriate
because the massive governmental apparatus that we
negotiations.
have is proven to be completely and utterly incompetent.
Gotcha. So then everything that comes from the Trump administration I should interpret as being potentially fallacious. It could all be a lie because he's trying to negotiate with other people. Then I can't trust anything he
I'm
says.
saying negotiation is a moving ball. I'm saying that Trump is very capable of putting on a tariff and saying, I'm going to put on this tariff on January 7th, and then he doesn't do it. Is he lying? No, he's not lying.
No, that's
he's
not what we're
threatening to do it.
Well,
No, he's lying. He's saying something that he knows is not true in order to strong arm what he wants from another country. He's making threats. That is not a good way to do business. You don't go to another company and say, hey, if you don't buy my product, I'm going to, turn all of these other companies against you and you're going to have a hard time. That is not a good way to do business. Holy crap. No wonder he sent every business out of bankrupt, Trump doesn't know how that business people actually make deals. He has no idea. All he knows is thuggery. That's all he knows is thuggery. You make life difficult for somebody, get what you want.
Dinesh should have given him a copy of his favorite book, Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's like the conservative manual, and it doesn't include lying to people about things that they know are lies.
Yeah.
No, it's not in there. Surprise, I know.
He did do it, number one.
For it.
The big chart was a lie. Why can't we just admit that? This is what I'm talking about at the very beginning of this conversation, looking at the realities. It was a lie.
I'm saying that these bombastic claims
were lies.
In the course of negotiation, it doesn't even matter, because the real issue is, what are you getting in the deal?
If I don't know if you saw me walk up on stage.
What did he get in the deal? What did he get? He didn't get everybody folding to his whims. EU told him to fuck off. And I'm not using that hyperbolically. They literally told him to fuck off. Like, the guy at Davos stood up from Denmark and told Trump to literally fuck off. Like, what have they gotten? Canada's now not dealing with... They used to be their biggest trading partner. They have screwed themselves in doing this. Like, so what has he gotten out of this? Because he's threatened, the other country calls his bluff and he backs down. So now everyone's calling his bluff. No one's going, hey, I'll do what you want if you don't give me tariffs. They're just going, no, we'll go talk to China. And then Trump's getting angry about it. What do you think they're going to do? It's insane. It's insane. Did you want to call it here, or do you want to finish it off?
We may as well finish it. There's
okay. Yeah.
But if I put in my Tinder profile that I'm 6'2", and I show up at my date with really good posture, does that count as just being bombastic, or would that be a lie?
Right, let me give you an example for why.
Well, let's have an example. How about when the president held up a board with a bunch of tariff numbers and they were all lies? Wouldn't that be a lie? Can we say that was a lie?
I'm saying that presidents, in the course of foreign policy and trade negotiations, every president.
This is the thing. You say, oh, didn't Clinton lie about his relationship with Monica Lewinsky? Yes, absolutely. He absolutely lied. Yes. That's how easy it is. And even when somebody said, oh, Barack Obama lied about something, yeah, he probably lied about stuff. Occasionally presidents lie. It does happen. Doesn't mean everything they say is a lie, but, sort of say, oh, no, this wasn't a lie, when he literally just said it was a sales tactic. It was a trade tactic. It was a, deal-making tactic. Negotiation tactic. Holy crap.
Lies to us all the time.
Give me an example of a single other example where a president has lied like that to the American public.
Okay. I would say that every deal that the United States has
One example.
Okay, I'll give you 10 examples.
Just one. I see one.
Yeah, okay. So the United States, for example, lies about its dealings with terrorists. It lies about... Reagan lied about...
What's the example? That's not an example.
Yeah, a specific example.
Right. And if he goes to something like, well, Bill Clinton lied about all this stuff, yes, and he was impeached for it.
I'm sorry, hold on. National security secrets with terrorists or corporate things are not economic deals. We don't lie. The American president doesn't lie to the public about economic deals.
We're not talking about national security secrets. I'm talking about national security policies.
I'm talking about economic trade deals.
I'm saying economic... For Trump, when you're dealing with foreign adversaries, the distinction...
They're not adversaries! They're not adversaries! They're his allies!
Dinesh kind of giving the game away there.
What the hell? They're not adversary. Canada is not an adversary to the United States and was never an Are you high? When dealing with adversaries, they're his allies. He's doing this too.
Anyway.
Well, yeah.
Between a trade deal and a hostage swap and a deal with Maduro to get out, these are all on a continuum.
Maybe that's the problem with Trump.
That's
every single thing with him feels like a hostage negotiation.
Well, because it is. That's the way the
I
world
agree with you.
Because it is.
Get Canada to take me hostage?
Holy crap. He's just saying it out loud. It's mask off. Everything feels like a hostage negotiation. Because it is. I've got you and a gun to your head. Now you got to give me something. And they're desperately going, look, we can both come out of this okay. And he's like, no, I've got a hostage. Shame if something happened to them. That's what he's doing, and Dinesh is just admitting it.
Mm-hmm.
It is. That's not the way the world is, though. We
No, it is the way the world
until
is.
Trump was
Do you
president.
realize
He holds
that-
our allies hostage. He has our economy hostage. He's holding immigrants hostage, sometimes illegally detained or otherwise.
Yep.
And he lies to us
So
in order to sell
Maduro-
his deals to personally enrich
Maduro
himself and
has
his
a call with Trump. Maduro makes a call to Trump. Maduro says, I'm going now based on public reports. Maduro says, give me $100 million, thereabouts. Let me stick in there for a few months. Let my handpicked deputy Delcy Rodriguez run, and I will actually have a free election. This is Maduro in the phone call to Trump. Trump says nothing about any of this. Trump comes and says something completely unrelated, which on the face
You notice
of
how
it,
we're not talking about the lie about the tariffs at all. You're talking about like national security, military related stuff. I'm just saying Donald Trump lied with the tariffs. It's very obvious that he lied.
Yep.
We have 0 trade deals right now, even though we said we'd have 100 deals in 100 days or 90 deals in 90 days.
Are you saying, okay, let me ask you this.
I'm saying he lied about the tariff numbers.
What amount of money
Well, he still hasn't answered the question of when has a president lied about trade deals or fiscal policy to their public like this? And he can't answer. And it's obvious he can't answer, which is why he's deflecting so much. It's wild.
money does the U.S. Treasury have as a result of tariffs that it wouldn't otherwise have? What is that number?
Wasn't it 200 billion or something? I don't remember. What was it?
You don't know.
No, because
You
it's
have
way
no
less.
idea.
Well, it's way less than what we would have gotten if we would have just not kept those tax cuts that Trump solidified in the OBBA or whatever.
So
or
you
when he
don't
did
even
ago.
know what it is, but you are quite sure that it would have been more if he didn't do it.
Well, I know it's in the ballpark. I
And
think
so what I'm
like
getting at
100
is,
bill. Well, what is the
you're-
number? Wait, what is the
you're
number?
more- you're
I guessed.
more-
Isn't it about
It's a
100?
giant number, right? So the number.
Wait, you have no idea. You're trying to say I don't have an idea.
The number. Hold
I
on.
think our having no ideas are very different. My understanding is in the
We're
ballpark
talking-
of like 200 billion-ish.
Okay, I can estimate the number because we're talking about a number. We're talking about a two.
Oh, it does feel good to see like Dinesh literally laughed at on stage because holy shit, this is bad. This is like a
Destiny hasn't caught on yet that whenever Dinesh tries to attack about something, he can't back it up either. That's why he's attacking on that. So you're on the defensive and not attacking him.
This reminds me of a flat Earth debate where they're like, "Oh, how far is it to the moon?" And you're like, "Oh, I'm not 100% sure about this." And then they say, "Oh, you don't know." And I'm like, "Well, how far is it to the moon?" And they go, "Well, I don't know." It's like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Then what are we doing?
And then I'm like, "Well, I can look it up." And what is it in a flat Earth? And they say, "Well, I don't. We're not going to be held to that kind of thing."
Yeah, no,
Like-
we're not going to talk about the sky to prove the ground.
Because the question isn't how much did the tariffs make. The question is, would America be better off financially if the tariffs went on or if they did not? And from all across industries, it says that they would be better off if those tariffs weren't placed upon Americans.
Mm-hmm.
A $2,000 rebate to all Americans who
No, we're
make
not.
under $100,000.
That's not happening. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, like the Doge checks. Is that what you're talking about? When he promised thousands of dollars to everybody and they never came?
$5,000 for everybody, $2,000 for
Yep.
everybody, $1,776 for everybody. But nope,
And-
we're
What world leader, and I'm not even including presidents, what world leader promises a rebate to their citizens and then never follows through on it? Leaders don't do that. They don't do that because when you promise something like that, guess what? Your population are going to expect you to deliver. And he never delivers on this stuff.
ordinarily, yes, but we've been
Yeah.
so let down so many times that
Mhm.
people on the left don't expect him to keep his word on anything, and people on the right won't hold it against him when he doesn't deliver
Yeah,
again
yeah,
because they
that's
have
true.
no standards. So it doesn't
Mhm.
actually matter if he follows through because no one's going to love him more and no one's going to hate him more, whether he does
The-
it or not.
Yeah, at this point, it's a drop in the pond. I mean, like, look at the Epstein files that he is definitely in and definitely had a large part of and relationship with Epstein. And I'm not even going to say that's my opinion. That is what's in the files that we've had released, even though they've tried to redact them. And that makes you wonder, what didn't they redact in there? Even though it's illegal to do so. It's so much, right? Like, if that's not going to move you, him lying about tariffs isn't going to move you. Like, seriously. If you accept that your president is almost certainly involved in some kind of kitty fiddler ring, then that's not going to worry you in the slightest that he lied about tariffs. So, yeah, here we are.
Okay. All right.
It's not. I'll give you 10-1 odds on
Okay.
$100 if you want.
So,
That'll never happen.
Let's put it this way.
Okay.
You are less curious about the actual tariff revenue benefit than you are to scoring a gotcha on a press conference where you go, Trump misrepresented the tariffs, which is admittedly a moving target, but
No,
the
it's not
actual
only- but he
benefit to
didn't-
U.S.
he lied
citizens
about it.
is a matter of
And I'm not a
complete
big
indifference
fan
to you.
of import taxes. Do you admit that a tariff is an import tax?
A tariff is an import tax that can be borne either by the no, that doesn't follow. It can be borne either by the producer or the consumer.
It's
No.
Well, no, because the producer operates in margins that they can't just afford to give that like product for less money. And what happens when there is a downturn in the income of a company, even an import company? Refer to my previous statement. They lay off staff. They reduce the amount of expenses they have. That's what happens.
paid for by the consumer.
Okay, economic illiteracy 101. Let's look at an example. No, false. Let's say I'm Mercedes. Okay, I'm Mercedes-Benz, and I'm charging.
Let me
Hold
cut
on.
this because I already know what the
explain
explanation.
it.
No, because I already know the explanation is going to do it faster. You're going to say that technically the producer or the supplier of a thing can actually decrease their prices a little bit in order to make the price a little bit more bearable at home because of the import taxes that are being paid. And you would be correct in that. An economic analysis, a true one, would yield that it's about 50-50 paid for by the consumer and the producer. That's still a bad state of affairs.
Okay.
Where we're paying an import tax, and now we have the ability to import less, and the foreign suppliers are supplying us
Okay,
less
but-
as a result of that. If you want to go with the actual econ answer, that's fine. These are the same economists, by the way, that all support central banking and currency controls and everything else, by the way.
Hold
They're
on.
happy to cite here, and they're all opposed to tariffs as a
No.
form of economic policy as well.
All right. Well, all I'm saying is that a minute ago, you said that tariffs were borne by the consumer. And then you suddenly realize that that's not true, and that Mercedes, if they are going to increase the cost of a Mercedes, let's just say by $40,000, now going to realize that many people would rather buy other types of cars or American-made cars. And so Mercedes decides, listen, we're making 40 grand on a car. We can't afford to eat the entire tariff, but maybe we can afford to eat 30K, and we'll only make $10,000 on our car. And businesses make these decisions all the time, and you
Well, when the
actually
costs
know
get
it
too high,
because
I
you
do
just
know it.
admitted it.
I didn't
but
admit it.
earlier you were trying to con the audience.
I was giving a simplified answer to somebody who found out
A
they just
simplified
referred,
answer,
who
which
just
is a
found
wrong
out what
answer.
fractional reserve banking was like
Oh,
10
hold
weeks
on.
ago.
It's not
Okay?
a simplified answer.
The question is,
For a
no.
gotcha.
Yeah, this is sort of so under a perfect world, and what you would like to happen really is that the company from overseas eats most of the cost themselves, right? Like they're the ones exporting the car. They get charged an extra amount, or the importer gets charged an extra amount, but that's still the US citizen or the company from overseas that is eating that cost. A lot of them just pass it on to the consumer because they don't want their share prices going down because they're making a lot less profit, 10% less profit on the quarter kind of thing. So a lot of the cost they generally pass, and yeah, there might be, like they might eat part of the cost, but it's also American importers, like people that are importing goods from overseas. And in that, the person overseas doesn't pay anything for it, right? They just sell it at the usual price they're always selling it at. And it's on the American importer to pay the 10% extra to the government. And that's what they have to do. Now, they can't say, hey, I owe a tax, so you have to drop your price by 10%. The overseas person goes, no. Plenty of people that want to buy my product. That's the cost of it. So then they have a choice, raise their prices to cover that tax, which is a tax, or just eat that amount. And if their margins are slim, they may not be able to eat that amount. And if their margins are very slim, they may eat none of it. All of it gets passed on to the consumer. With the understanding of saying to the consumer, hey, this has a 10% tax on it, import tax. Sorry, got to charge you. And usually how they're used is to stimulate growth in industries, specific industries, by using them very specifically to demotivate buying from overseas. What they're terrible to do is without the industry to replace them, like the industry hasn't even got up and running yet, is just blanket tariff everything. Just everything.
Yeah, it renders the function of them useless. Like the tariffs that were there for a reason, useless. Because it's just everything.
Yeah.
At some point, they will stop
It's not-
producing. They stop producing. They
It's
just
not-
won't make those
it's not a
products.
simplified answer. You were lying to the audience in the hope that you could get away with it. I called you on it. You quickly beat a retreat. And so, because you realize I can't get away with this lie, I now have to explain the process in which prices are determined.
Okay, you
And
know
so
what?
back
You got
off.
me. Hold on. You got me completely in a lie. Would you admit that an income tax isn't borne completely by a worker then?
And
That
in-
companies are forced to offer higher wages as a result of potentially higher income taxes?
companies are not forced to do anything.
Oh
If
my
I-
God. So
All
then
right,
the
Steve-
producer-
Stephen and
I have
Dinesh,
worked- I
final
have worked-
final
hold on.
thoughts, guys. We
Okay,
got to
let
do
me-
final thoughts.
Okay, I'll finish my thought. I have worked all my life in companies. Our tax rates.
Has he though? I thought he was a journalist and an author and a you know. Okay. What companies, Dinesh? What companies were they?
Journalist.
Yeah.
Has he? I mean, aside from like his own production, like he produces a podcast now. He did technically work as a policy analyst for the Reagan administration briefly.
Yeah, but
But-
that's not a company.
Right. So like what do you mean companies?
He's been affiliated with the American Enterprise Institute and the Hoover Institution. Yeah, no, those aren't
are
companies,
think
my guy.
tanks.
Yes, they're think tanks. So I don't know what he's talking about. He was an editor for a journal published by the Heritage Founder. Of course he was. Of course he was associate. Of course. Yeah, no, I don't think he's worked in any actual corporations kind of thing. Like, I'm not sure if he's sort of stretching that idea of company to include organizations and government agencies, but no. Corporation is like companies are corporations. They're businesses or, you know, small business kind of thing. I think he's really twisting the meaning of words here.
The tax rate when I started working in the early 90s, this is as a result of the Reagan tax cuts, by the way, the top marginal tax rate had dropped from 70% to 28%. It's now up to about 39. So all my adult life, I've seen taxes go up from 28 to 39%.
Yeah, and that caused incredible wealth inequality and trickle-down economics, which is what Reagan was trying to do. Stop taxing the ultra-rich, which it was at 70%, drop it down to a tiny figure, and that will trickle its way down to the lower class. And it did not work. It is one of a spectacular failure of fiscal policy. So, yeah, the very rich got a lot richer, but it did not trickle down to ordinary people. It did not.
I have never been in a job, but I've been in many of them, where my employer said, oh, the government raised your taxes, we're going to raise your pay. The company might be nice and do that. You might be able to negotiate it through a union. But the idea, again, another like whopper, that it's somehow an automatic process, that if the government raises your taxes, that correspondingly companies raise, he said, are forced to raise your salaries commensurate with those taxes. And I'm saying that's simply untrue.
So for some reason, producers will lower their sales price.
I'm saying that producers will, because of the competitiveness of the market.
There's no competitiveness in the labor market in the United States?
Exactly. There is competitiveness in the labor market. So if the government raises your taxes, companies, by the way, are not in any position where they have to do anything because the taxes are being raised uniformly.
Not always. There's state taxes that are higher.
Yeah, I think what his point is, if you're making like, you know, 100,000 a year, let's just keep it simple, 100,000 a year, and the government raises your tax threshold, like the amount they're taxing from 10 to 20%. Let's just keep it really simple. Instead of sort of having to pay 110,000, like 100,000 to you and 10,000 to the government, they now have to pay 120,000. At least that's how it works in Australia, right? Because you get your taxes taken directly out of your pay. I'm not sure if that works in America, but that's how it works here. So if they do increase the tax amount, yeah, it's usually the company that is basically paying more for each employee, right? And that can be a problem. It can be fine. You know, it depends on how the company's going and how much they can. But Destiny's right. Like, no one's going to go, oh, well, the government's raised taxes on income. I am going to get less money. Usually it's a case of, yeah, where we've got to go for more income, or you'll ask for a raise kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, okay. So why would anyone pay 70% tax? So that is for extremely rich people, like the upper 1%, like people that were making over, I don't know the exact, I think it was about 50 million a year. It was like some ridiculous amount in the sort of, the threshold was back in the 80s. It's only for people making a incredible amount.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I don't know what the thing was.
Google doesn't want to tell me offhand.
Okay.
Give me a moment. I'll see. It's all by percents. This is weird. Like all the if you it may be different in other countries, but when it comes tax time here in the US, they give you a big old chart. If you made this much and you fit in this category, then this is your tax. And it's the first column is all if you made this much or this much or this much or this much. That's not available here. It's just if you're in the top 10%, then you get this rate. Like, what does that mean though? How do I know if I'm in the top 10? What is the number I need to make to pay that?
Well, at one point, I believe it was 90-something%. Yeah, 1944, it was 91% for the top income. I'm trying to find the tax brackets, but I'm not finding the brackets at all. Well, let's see. Top income bracket, because it would have been sort of an amount based upon, what people were earning at the time, and that's where sort of labor statistics and stuff comes in.
Yeah.
US. So the top income bracket in 1944 was taxable income exceeding $200,000. This rate, instituted to fund World War II, applied to income over approximately 2.5 million to 3.6 million in today's dollars. So yeah, it's basically millions of dollars in today's rate. Okay, and this is per year, not just whether your worth is that. You have to have an income of $2 to $3 million per year to be taxed 70%. It's not counterproductive. It's not counterproductive, because people that are making, $30 million, they will still want to make, $10 million. They really do.
Mm-hmm. When you reach a certain point of ridiculous income, then a high tax rate is unpleasant, but you're still in that range of ridiculous income.
Yes. How many millions do you need to live? Exactly.
And another part of the really, really high rate that we noticed in the 1940s, and which is one of the reasons we kept it so high despite all the Republican presidencies who came before Reagan, was that there were workarounds. There's, for example, charitable giving. If you give away $10 million, then you don't have to pay taxes on that $10 million. Then you get to keep the $10 million you'd get to keep anyway. And you get to put $10 million out into buildings with your name on them and shit.
Yes. Yep.
In some states than there are others. And guess what? Companies offer more compensation in those states than they do in other states.
Because they have to, in that case, yes, they have to attract labor from Texas to come and work in New York. So I agree with that. But I was talking about a federal tax which applies uniformly where those pressures
Well, that's
aren't
interesting.
there.
You bring up that different markets might engage in different tax behavior. Wouldn't it be harmful for U.S. markets if the U.S. was the only country that was levying these massive tariffs on other countries who were bilaterally tariffing us?
And
Doesn't that make our market less competitive than foreign markets now who don't have those same arbitrary U.S. tariffs that all came from a big poster board that was full of lies, remember?
Well,
right?
here
they don't
we-
have those tariffs on them?
Here we get to the fact that there are many countries that don't allow our products in at all. And if they allow them...
Yeah, that's mostly because of safety regulations and stuff. Like I know that for emission standards in Europe, for instance, some American-made cars do not meet up to their emission standards. And so they don't allow them in. It's not because they're like, well, we're going to stop you from selling stuff. No, the fact is that if you sell, like, it's the reason why China can't just sell, crayons with lead in them in America, right? Like, it's not because,
Well-
oh, we want to stop you, China. It's that's fucking dangerous. We don't like that. That's against regulations. So he's really equivocating here to say, they don't stop all American cars. Like, if you're selling American EVs or something in Europe, you go for it. But they do have standards that you have to meet. And unfortunately, America has gotten really lax on safety standards and regulations. So other countries may have more, but they're treating it like, oh, it's just they're trying to harm us. No, they're trying not to be harmed by you.
They have high.
Like, for instance, bread in America, like, it wouldn't even pass as bread over in Australia, right? It's got too much sugar in. It would be classified as cake here. Like, so we will not allow the standard American bread to be sold as bread. It's cake as far as we're concerned.
Well, you know why? Let them eat cake.
Yeah. Well, I was going to allude to, the sugarcane, syrup, kind of corn syrup.
Oh, yes, or corn
conglomerates and
syrup.
stuff.
We have to put
Yeah.
corn syrup in everything.
Yeah.
Tariffs in place. So here's my question. It's really wonderful to hear all these guys give economic analysis. Tariffs are self-defeating. They are horrible for countries. They undermine our own consumers. And here's my question. Why does every other country have them?
They don't. In fact, America had a free trade agreement with a lot of different countries because they insisted on it, because they didn't want tariffs. So a free trade agreement actually prevents the country from putting tariffs on you. You have an agreement not to tariff them, and they have an agreement not to tariff you. This is what a free trade agreement is. Now, targeted tariffs do actually exist. They can do targeted tariffs, but with a free trade agreement, generally they don't on whatever they agree to between the two countries. That is a trade deal, not tariffs. Tariffs are a tax. A free trade agreement is an example of a trade agreement. Like, you may say, hey, we're not going to tariff you for electronics and consumer goods, and you don't tariff us for steel and aluminium. Right, that's a trade deal.
No, that's the
They
answer.
don't.
They don't.
They-
There's a reason why Ukraine wanted to join the European Union
Well,
market.
let's talk about
versus
India.
The Russia.
India
well,
has
I think we also were
India
like,
has
We're gonna have to save it for round 2, guys. But can we at least agree on the importance of public intellectual debate like this?
I think we can, and
Like this? Wow. Yeah, no, I would feel the same. Dinesh has done nothing but bullshit. The author, like, for him not to even be admit that those tariffs were a lie because they weren't real and based upon no actual formula except something they made up. This was all public. It was all common knowledge. Like, come on.
this has been very spirited. I've actually enjoyed it. I knew I was kind of coming a bit in the lion's den, but I thought that I would take up the challenge, and I think it's been really interesting and really good. So I'm glad we had a chance to do the sparring.
I appreciate you for coming out. Yeah.
We need more of this. I agree.
All right, let's give them a.
Okay, well, that's where it ends. Wow, the only thing I like about that is that Dinesh got utterly crushed. And like, he frames them as gotchas, but they're not. Not really. They are simply him looping back to something he said earlier and saying, didn't you say this? And isn't this the case? And him being unable to respond. That's not a gotcha. That's hanging Dinesh with his own rope. That's not a gotcha. A gotcha is the very simplistic, one-liners that Dinesh was doing. None of them really landed, but he was still trying it, Yeah, I don't see that as a gotcha. I really don't. Do you have any thoughts on the debate? Anything to add?
It was fucking
I know it was
exhausting.
long. I know.
Um,
Look, I still enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I'm sorry if it wore you down. I can understand. I can totally understand why. Because these talking points are disgusting and obviously just lies and deflection and, look at this hand. Look at this hand. It's not happening over there. Look. Like jangling keys in front of people. And yes, to infants that will work. But I don't know. I took a guilty pleasure in seeing him absolutely demolished. Because I think he didn't get away with much.
Oh yeah, he was a lolcow several times. I mean, you know, he got laughed at on stage. The audience laughed at him in part one, and like so much of what he said was just so blatantly ridiculous. Like even he had to know, like the thing with the tariffs. So they're lies, negotiating tactics. Like
Right.
you just admitted their lies and that you're dishonest. You know.
Yes. Yes, they are lies in
Amazing.
order to negotiate with other countries. You're not negotiating honestly. But hey, if you want to do that, you know, but you have to admit that they're lies. But he doesn't. Not ever.
No, I mean, well, that's sort of the Republican playbook is never be honest. Like, just not even when it's easier, like, just never do it.
I don't think honesty is a trait that their followers particularly care about. I think that they want to win sort of the culture war and win people so badly that they're just, you know, it is a secondary thing to how they do, you know, the ends justify the means in their eyes. That if you lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and it's obvious and proven and you're obviously lying, I don't think their followers care. They're just sort of like, well, look how he owned this person. You know, like they won the thing because they had the final word or they said this thing that sounded. I don't think they care. And I think that they know they're lying and do not care, you know, which is worrying because how are you supposed to believe anything they're saying?
I don't think you're supposed to.
Yeah.
It's but yeah, there were some pluses. I mean, Destiny debated ably. He did things very differently than I would have done them in some places, and sometimes to great advantage, and sometimes maybe it's idiosyncrasies. But I mean, that's another good reason for doing these debates is because, you know, both Mark and I have extensive experience in debates in different avenues of debate and seeing other debaters and the way they do things. You know, it's not like we're the gods of debate. We have our ways of doing things and our ways of seeing things. We can learn things from other people too. And when we do, we can be like, aha, look at what that person is doing. You can incorporate that as well, you know? So it has use for that purpose as well.
I think his style is completely different than mine, obviously, but I think that there is something to be said about the way he looped back into Dinesh's points. Like they're not gotchas. They are saying, hey, what you're saying right now is conflicting with what you said earlier. And he did it very well. I'm really impressed that his memory for what Dinesh has said and then being able to tie that back in with his current point. It's always very, very good. But I think that he is a creature of these, you know, blood sport debates, which isn't a fucking thing, right? Like this whole idea that a debate should be two people yelling at each other that's not a debate, right? A debate is a structured interaction. And, you know, obviously this was structured and it was a debate, but it sort of leans into this idea that debate is just two people arguing with one another. And I really don't think that's what debate is. I think that, you know, anybody can be on the street and argue with one another and then you can call it a debate. But in that case, it's just going to be the loudest that wins, you know, and I dislike, not that I hate it, I just dislike cutting people off and having to yell. And, you know, when you make a point, it should stand on its own merits, not how much you've screamed it at somebody. You know, it should stand intellectually, not its mass appeal or not, you know, how you've presented it, not whether you're, you know, doing it in a degrading way for your opponent. And that seems to be more important these days, and it kind of makes me annoyed. What's up, Ember? You sound like you want to say something.
I'm aghast. I'm contemplating what we're gonna go play with next week, and I think I found like the brightest trash fire.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm in for whatever. You know that. I just love the show. So.
So Professor Dave has been coming up a bit more recently.
Yes,
he's been doing more work over on Skeptic Haven, and he's been involved with other projects. So he's been more active in this part of the skeptical space.
Mm,
And so he's been on my mind, and I'm like, after this exhaustion, just watching something that's both pro science but also hilarious would be amazing. And so I'm thinking Professor Dave, and there is some recent Professor Dave debate against Austin Whitsitt.
Oh no.
Delightful.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Yeah.
And it was hosted on the Quartering by Jeremy, and he's got his fucking home math book in the back. I just learned about home math this week from Emma Thorne.
Okay.
It's like it's just a cornucopia of horrible, and Professor Dave is going to stomp on this. So I'll check it out enough to see if there's stuff to work with, but as is our tradition, I'm not going to watch the whole thing so we can react to it. And it might be fun. It might cause me to, destroy things around me, but it might be fun.
It might be terrible. It might be really, really terrible. Okay. Well, I mean, I probably deserve it after that debacle that we just went through. So yeah, I'm not complaining. Never complain about that. Anyway, hey, don't forget to like, subscribe, push the buttons. Go over to Embers next week for the new debate, another debate review. It would be fantastic. It's great to see you all here. Be kind to yourself. Don't listen to Dinesh D'Souza. He says all kinds of wacky things that are obviously not true, and obviously has some sort of stake in Bitcoin, is my opinion. I would wager that he has some sort of interest in Bitcoin, just saying. But anyway, do take care of yourself, and I will see you in the next one. Bye, everybody.